They don't mind if we're going to be late. Hey! Welcome everybody to Battle Streams in Middle Earth, episode 68.
68. As I live and breathe.
As I live and breathe. I hope you're all well. I'm Steve, and I'm joined by the beautiful Damien O'Byrne.
Thanks, babe. I think I'm beautiful.
Very popular down under. I just need to, because you're going to echo unless I plug this in.
Probably tell us about that one.
Here we go. Right, I'm plugged in. Say something.
Yeah,
boy.
Something.
Right,
How are we? So indeed, welcome everyone to Battle Streams Middle Earth. This is, of course, our fortnightly series where we take a look through the Battle Games Middle Earth magazine. Let's just know that this sound is good. So we've actually heard from Joel that sound is good, but Damien has an echo, and I think you've dealt with that by now. Is that right?
Mate. Sorry.
Good. Wonderful. So we should be good. So indeed, welcome to Battle Streams Middle Earth, where every fortnight we take a stroll through this bad boy, the Diagstini Partwork Battle Games in Middle Earth, because we're intellectuals. What we actually did was we changed one of the words. Steve, do you remember which one we changed?
The?
No, that wouldn't be a thing.
Oh, I think it might have been games.
Games. We changed games to streams. Battle Games Middle Earth, Battle Streams Middle Earth. It is a think piece. And indeed, we hang out on the interweb with all our lovely community. I can see some of you in. I've just heard Dale Groves has literally just commented saying Damien Echo O'Byrne, but who knows if that's...
We've dealt that. There's a delay, isn't there?
Yeah, but who knows? If someone could just drop a comment in saying that the echo has been fixed, that would be super. But indeed, we
let us know it's been fixed.
We take a wander through this bad boy, and we have a look at the kind of the games that are in it, the rules that are in it, the profiles that are in it, and the painting guides and so on, and just kind of use it to guide a little bit of the discussion, really, don't we? Mm-hmm. And it's basically just a way for us to all to hang out and do some painting.
Yeah.
And the kind of
it's
ethos.
All about the painting.
It's all about the painting. You're always painting, and the ethos. I'm never prepared for this bit. Of it's like it comes out of nowhere every week. The ethos of Battle Games in Middle Earth is, of course, to clear the backlog.
And I'm doing this tonight.
I know he's going to be painting.
Doing this tonight.
Who knows what else might happen? And so the whole idea emerged. We just hang out and we paint models, not because we want them, not because we need them, but just because we're going to paint them for the joy of the hobby. Now, Steve. It's very easy to paint the models you need to paint because you know what you need to paint. But how do we help these people decide what they don't need to paint?
So, as Damien previously mentioned, each episode of this stream that isn't as special. We focus on one particular issue of the magazine.
It's still echoing. Oh no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Fixed.
It's people.
They are bad viewers.
Cards. They are. That's what we call them up north. Cards. So yeah, every issue you got a free miniature or sprue, and in what are we on? It's issue 51. Issue 51. What you got was Gamling, which is a great model. The Rohan Royal Guards aesthetic and models.
Which one are you saying is great?
Which is the one that come with it? Is it the one that's like that?
Metal on foot with his hand out. Yeah.
He's like that, isn't he?
Yeah. He looks exactly like that.
It's a great model. I really like it a lot. Really like the face. So yeah, if you're working on a Gamling, doesn't have to be that one that came in the magazine. Can be any of them. Any Gamling model that is currently available. No, even could be out of production. Any Gamling model that's ever been made by Games Workshop. There's the caveat. And you're working on it, post it in the whip thread, which is over on the Great British Hobbit League, which any eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed. Steve made a little bit of a mistake on.
I like Steve, isn't it?
This
is my moment.
Damien has now rectified, so ignore all that. Basically, if you go over to the Great British Hobbit League, there is a whip thread. It's titled "This is the Whip Thread." This week it is not wrote by me, so don't search my posts, search Damien O'Byrne's posts. But it's always a busy thread, so 9 times out of 10 it's going to be top of the feed.
Pops.
And post pictures of what you're working on. If you're working on Gamling, that'll be fantastic. I'll tell you what can happen if that is the case. If you are not working on Gamling, it's fine. Still show us what you're working on, even if it's not Middle Earth. Whatever you are painting whilst watching us be idiots, please post it in the whip thread, and we'll come to it later on in the stream and have a look at it. But if you are on theme, painting a Gamling, what happens, Damien?
Well, Steve, if they are on theme, painting Gamling, they go into a draw at the end of the night.
Yeah.
And you know what they win? They don't win these.
Money can't buy dice.
Money can buy these.
Yeah, money can buy them.
What they win is this bad boy. Oh! That only rolls reverse sixes.
If you fell off a horse and wanted to end up on your backside, that's the perfect roll.
That's a perfect Throne Rider roll, really. This is a black Battle Streams of Middle-earth dice. The only way to get hold of one of these is to win the painted draw, or be a host on Battle Streams of Middle-earth.
Yeah.
Or
we get all the perks. We get all the perks.
Or ask Tom Macklin nicely.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're out there in the world. You can win. Someone tonight painting a Gamling or working a Gamling will win one of those.
Yes.
Stephen Crow.
Yes.
How do we feel about Gamling's chances?
I think Gamling's. Here's my thoughts on Gamling. I think Gamling is a popular character that is seen very frequently and has been quite frequented armies a lot. So I think lots of people will have him. Well, a lot of people have him and have him already painted. So I think he'll do okay, because I think he's one of them models that people will have lying around. But I think a lot of our viewers may have already painted him.
I actually think that's quite a compelling point, because I was going to be quite optimistic about him. Obviously, as always now, it depends how many people are in and stuff. But I was feeling quite good about Gamling, because I thought, people are going to have a lot of the old Metal Battle Games ones knocking around, because he doesn't have a banner. And people always take him with a banner, so their dismount probably has the banner. So there's a lot of that. And there was the new made to order one of him recently without the banner, which I reckon a lot of people picked up. So I think a lot of...
Most pointless model ever.
Well, it's good for Wild Attack. So I think maybe, prior to what you said, which I think makes a lot of sense, I thought he had a good chance of doing quite well, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll find out in about 3 or 4
And
months.
before we dive too deeply, can I also just say, because this is our first stream since we did a Rings of Power special for the first 2 issues, and I just want to say this early doors, we're not going to talk about episode 5 of Rings of Power. We're not going to talk about today's episode. We're not necessarily going to have a deep talk about all of it, but we will absolutely avoid spoilers.
It's highly likely we'll touch on it and what our thoughts are on it, but we won't go into any detail as to what things that have happened in the last couple of episodes. I don't think. I think that's probably the safest way to do it.
Actually, why not do 4 as well? Because I know we had at least one patron say that they hadn't seen 4. So we'll say like plots, details of 4 and 5 are off the table. Yeah. Obviously, by all means, talk about your feelings, your emotions. Do you like it? Are you enjoying it? All that sort of stuff. But yeah. Anyway, so Gamlings, he might do well. Steve, are you helping the cause? Are you painting a Gamling?
No. Reason being is I have 2. For some reason, I've got 2 Gamlings with banners mounted, painted. I don't know how that's happened, but I've got 2. I've got this version of him on foot painted. So don't need to paint another one. But I am clearing my backlog. I am on BSIME, as anyone will have noticed in both the BSIME patron chat and the Top Table Gaming patron chat. And I posted some pictures on British Hobbit League and stuff. I am working on my Throne of Skulls army, because I've made a decision, and we'll come to the reason why I made this decision later when we talk about what we've been up to. I am no longer going to leave it till last minute to have armies ready for events that I am planning to go to. I'm not doing it no more. It's stressful. And things happen that are unexpected, and you end up bringing an army that you didn't want to bring. You wanted to bring a certain army, but you can't find it anywhere, and it's a nightmare. So my Throne of Skulls army is going to be fiefdoms. Yeah. So I dug out my men at arms. I stripped them the other day, and I've started to repaint them. I've converted a few, which I think I'm pretty happy with. I think look pretty cool, because the poses are a bit naff.
These men at arms on foot, the guys with pikes.
Yeah, they're all very similar. So I messed around with some of the poses. So that's what I'll be painting. I'm working on 3, 6. I've got 8 of them in front of me, so I'll be working on them. I've been working on them a couple of hours each evening this week. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. What about you? I see you have a Gamling in your hand.
I just want to say presumably, because this wasn't around the last time, but presumably that means you got a Throne of Skulls ticket, right? Because they've been on sale.
Certainly have, baby.
And so you said,
have we booked a hotel?
can't believe you're going to make me do this on the internet, are you?
I'm only joking.
But I don't know what you're joking about.
No, actually, we've already had this conversation. You've already let me down. So
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
as long as you know. Yeah,
you've already kicked me in the teeth.
Yeah,
yeah, it's fine. Yeah. But yeah, I got a ticket. You've got a ticket.
Yep.
Let us know if you've got tickets in the chat and you're excited and you're going. Let us know if you didn't get a ticket and you're on a waiting list. I have a feeling. I spoke to a few people who are on a waiting list who are disappointed. I have a feeling that a lot of tickets will become available closer to the time, with it being so close to Christmas and people just getting the tickets because they knew it was going to be hard to get one. I think as it gets closer to Christmas.
I've got into the last two events, so the GT and the last Throne of Skulls last Christmas. I got into both of those through the waiting list. So obviously not everyone on the waiting list will get it.
I think the last one I got through on the waiting list, I think it was.
But certainly, you've got, if you're on there and you got on there relatively quickly, you do have a good chance.
Yeah, I think it was either the last one or the one before that I didn't get a ticket and I was on the waiting list and I got offered the ticket a week before the event. So
really? It
goes right up to the line. So people just be vigilant. Some of you guys will get to make it, and we'll see you there. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll talk about that later on, I think. So have we discussed an itinerary of what happens on these crazy streams?
No, yeah. I mean, you did ask, and I think I went back to you, but we haven't done what I'm doing.
Sorry, go on. What are you doing?
I do have Gamling. Yeah. He's a very special Gamling to me.
Yeah.
There he is. He's coming along. This Gamling, do you remember the Royal Guard I painted on the stream?
I do.
For Royal Guard Week, which I think was January time.
Yeah.
I base coated them and I shaded them for a tournament in 2012.
Yeah.
They were going to be the next thing I painted. And then I never did them, so I did the highlights on those. This Gamling was done for exactly the same reason. He was base coated and painted as a dismount for my Gamling then, and then I never went back to him. So knowing Gamling Week was coming up sometime, I've always known it was going to be this Gamling I was going to work on. And so all I'm doing is just chucking on a very BSIME way. I'm just chucking on some highlights and just improve. But Steve, you should see him. I've deliberately put a picture of him up in the whip thread.
I see him.
He's in a bad way. When the Defenders of Rohan version with the banner was out of production, I made him a banner. I made him a brass rod and I got his metal banner and I cut that off and added it to it. And then I took a pair of pliers to his arm and twisted his arm. And never put the banner on. So this poor guy's had all the paint chipped off his wrist and his arm's broken. And then he's been, not cared about. So he's been chipped a fair bit. And so there's a real kind of like repair job on the cars before he gets any better. But I put a picture on him. My hope is just to chuck like kind of one highlight on every bit of him, just to make him pop, and then he'll hopefully go back in the box tonight, feeling a little happy about his life.
Cool beans. I've got my special glasses on because I'm blind and I can't see. I'm gonna be doing some painting tonight. David's gonna be doing some painting tonight. Let us know what you guys are painting. We're gonna come to what snacks we have, which is interesting and ties into what have we been up to. I think for me anyway. What drinks we've got. We will then look back at our last. Is it been a fortnight? Or is it? It has been a fortnight.
It's been 3 weeks.
Has it been a 3-week one? It's been
because we had 2 events. I should say I had 2 events.
Yeah, so we'll have a look back at what we've done in the last 3 weeks, and then obviously we'll discuss the issue. There was something that you wanted to put out to the viewers over the course of the stream, an important household debate that's going on, apparently. Did you forget?
What?
You wanted to put something to the chat now? Settle something.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Did you not message me before saying there's something that needs settling in the chat?
Oh, from home. Oh, yeah, no.
Mate, come on. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Are you all right, hon? Are you all right, hon?
I thought it meant something B-side. I thought you meant between you and me. I was like, yes, no, you're right. Well, thank you for reminding me. I'd clearly totally forgotten about that. So, as you all know, this is probably a good starting point for a little bit of discussion. Here on BSIME, as well as occasionally painting, occasionally talking about mental health, we do like to settle the big questions.
Yeah.
We do like to challenge the big topics. When is a cup a mug, and vice versa. Where do you put your cutlery? How do you eat with cutlery? You know, all the big ones. And there's a debate raging in the O'Byrne household at the moment. Buggered that out. And I thought I'd put it to the chat. And I'm not gonna show my hand. I'm not gonna say where I fall down on this. I'm just gonna ask you the question. And Steve, you can answer first, and then we'll see what the chat thinks. And you can answer twice. If you've got children, you can answer twice. You can answer like once for your own life experience, and once for the kind of experience of your children, which of course, as is so often the case, might be the same, because we often replicate the things we liked of our childhood or whatever. So here's the question, Steve. You ready?
Yeah.
How many books is it acceptable for a child, and to be completely transparent, the child is 5, so she can read. How many books is it acceptable for a 5-year-old child to have out of the library at one time?
At one time?
Yeah, so on loan, as it were.
And she's 5, so they're not big books.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, they're it's not War and Priest and Lord of the Rings. They're storybooks.
I would say, storybooks. So she'd get through maybe a storybook a night. I would say 3 or 4 max for a 5-year-old.
Okay.
I think that's feasible. But do you want me to give you my reasons why?
Yeah, by all means.
And this is going to make either you or Emma feel really bad.
Mm-hmm.
I think that because if you've got more than that there might be kids who go in the library looking for said books and have to cry themselves to sleep at night because they're not there, because someone's got them and they're just sat there doing nothing. That's my answer. I
like it. Now, obviously, I'm not going to reveal where we fall down on this, because I'd like the chat to answer. That's obviously is that what you did with your girls, or is that more from what you had as a child? Or?
Yeah, when they were of that age, they always had, it was like 3 or 4 books that they were reading that week. Whereas now the books they're getting, I mean, the Daisy's now going through Harry Potter. Lily's finished it, so they'd have one book for a longer period.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, I think 3 or 4 is suffice.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So does one member of our household. So pop that in the chat, guys. What do you think? How many did you have as a kid? What do you think? You can have hypothetical children if you'd like. How many would you think your fake kids would have? And if you've got real children, how many do your kids have out of the library at the same time? That's the big question for tonight.
And do you have any guilt about the kids that are crying themselves to sleep? I think that's the big question. This is a moral question, I think. I have a question as well, but I'm not going to ask it now. I'm going to wait till we talk about what we've been up to.
Right, well, you don't want to give them question fatigue, do you?
No, and I don't want to ask 2 questions at the same time. Like, let them think about the one subject.
We won't know what, particularly not if it's a number-based question, because we won't know what answers for what.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm near the end of the colour, so I am going to finish this. Just put in a few blobs on, and then shall I see who's in the chat?
Yeah, see who's in tonight, and we'll say hello.
You know what, Steve? It makes my heart sore to see you painting.
Do you know what, mate? I mean, again, we'll come to this later. I'm absolutely loving it at the minute. It feels like 2020 all over again.
Really?
When we weren't allowed out. All I did was paint.
Good times.
Good sounds. But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying it. Got my mojo back big time.
And the reason as well, you might be thinking it's taking me a while to paint Gamling's face. It's because I'm not just painting Gamling. I'm mainly painting Gamling, but I've actually got 3 models on the painting handles at the moment. And any time one of them needs a colour that Gamling's got, I'm going to jump over to the other one. And one of them is this bad boy.
New dude.
He is mega.
Yeah.
Absolutely mega.
I was looking at the sprue the other day, and it's just like beautiful.
He's got one of my new favourite things. I can't remember if it's a Dale video that's gone out or the one that's coming, but I bang on about it on the Dale Warrior a lot. But he's got a cloak. I don't know how well that's going to show up. You see that?
Yeah.
He's got a cloak. I'm not sure if this is going to let me focus. Go on, there you go. Where is it? Can you see that he's got this cloak is embedded by the sword?
Yeah, and you can see the thing that goes to the other side. Yeah.
You can see the sword through the cloak.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful work. I've never noticed that. I mean, I'm sure it's the case that, you know, the 40k and Sigma models have been doing it for ages or whatever. I'd never noticed it on a Middle-earth model until I did the Plastic Dale Wars.
I think the Dead Rivendell Knight does it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't painted the Dead Rivendell Knight, so you might well be right. So that's me done. I'm going to do, shall I do snacks, or do you want to come back to snacks after, because we've got tea normally, right?
Yeah, I'll you do whatever feels natural, mate.
I'll talk about my tea because I don't want it to get cold. So I'll do mine. Oh God, my tea's on my leg. Good news, I didn't wait till it got cold. So that's me brown then.
Yeah, boy.
Great. I might as well just try that on my leg now because the ship has sailed. So I do have my cup of Clear the Backlog tea. Tea. And I've got a beer ready to go. A classic. And I've got a...
What are you on, bud?
Yeah, I got bud ready to go. I have got a fine selection of treats tonight. And I think we might have similar treats. So
yeah, I do.
Steve, why don't we play a game of you guess my treat, and let's see how weird and creepy this gets.
Okay. You want me just to say something now, then?
Traditionally, that would be a great way to start the game.
I'm going to go White Lion Bar. Yeah, boy.
Not just a White Lion Bar. In fact, I don't even think it is. Is it a White Lion? It's a peanut, sweet and salty Lion Bar.
Oh yeah, you got peanut, didn't you? Yeah.
But it does look white, so we'll allow it. What else have I got, Steve?
I've got a feeling. Are we still on the same person?
Yes.
I got a feeling he got us different stuff because I think he personalised it. I felt. I'm assuming you got an arrow of some sort.
Now, I'm going to struggle to convince you that I haven't tried this. Dark chocolate mint arrow.
Nah, it's not for me. That.
This, mate. This is good. Very good.
Yeah. And what did I get? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah. So I reckon you've got a dairy milk.
No, it's not a dairy milk.
That's throwing me then because what you got me is
it's guessable, mate. It's guessable.
Chocolate orange. Yeah, baby.
Cherry's chocolate orange mini egg bar. I hope there's people out there going, these guys, they know each other.
Yeah.
This is good.
I mean, it won't be the weirdest thing that happens in our coincidental lives.
I haven't started this, and I'm kind of curious what the dairy milk chocolate orange mini egg bar is.
I'm going to guess it's chocolate orange chocolate with bits of the crunchy shell off mini eggs in it.
It says with real orange and micro mini egg inclusions. Micro mini eggs. That's like small squared.
It's like frog spawn, right?
Must be. So it looks. Oh, there it is. Look at that. That's what you're getting. See that?
Yeah.
Looks like a little Smartie on the end. Good. Now, Steve, how did you guess them?
Because I also got very similar personalised chocolate given to us last week by Mr. Julian Hammond, the legend that is Julian Hammond. He gifted us chocolate as he has done in the past, and it's very thoughtful. He's thank you very much, Julian.
Thank you very much, Julian.
I've not got all of his chocolate in here because I'm not a greedy pig like you.
Far too much chocolate.
I have got some of his chocolate in here as well as some other chocolate.
I also have something else here.
Yes.
That you can guess as well.
Okay.
From the same weekend, but not from Julian. I think you've got one.
I'm trying to think what I've eaten in the last couple of days.
I mean, this I am curious about. I can't wait to eat this live. I think you got one as well.
No, I don't know, mate.
I've got white mango.
Oh, of course I
passion
do. Of
fruit
course I bloody
chocolate.
do. Of course I bloody do.
You got it.
Yeah.
And this is courtesy of Mr. Nathan Talbot, who I believe said his remit was to find the most disgusting sounding chocolate. And I've got to say, I haven't tried this. I don't think this is the most disgusting sounding chocolate. I'm a big fan of mango, a big fan of passion fruit. So I'm cautiously optimistic about this. Have you tried it?
Not yet.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah. Thoughts? Great content, this.
I think it's pretty good.
When he gave it me and he said the thing, I looked. My first thought was, oh, but then I was like, I thought to myself, it's not going to be horrible because they're going to want to sell them.
Mango and passion fruit are lovely flavors.
Yeah.
Mango
does it taste like chocolate or does it taste like sort of a fruity flavored candy?
Well, it tastes like white chocolate with something else. And at a few points, I was worried it tasted a bit like cheese. But I like cheese. But then I would get no, I know. But then I would get the mango back. I think mango is my favourite fruit. And it's not the most commonly eaten fruit because it's expensive. But if you put all the fruits in front of me, I think I'd go for mango. I think that's quite nice. The jury's still out on it, but it wasn't in the fridge, so I wonder if that'll make a difference.
Has anyone else in the chat tried it? That's the question.
It is by
Ritter.
So yeah, let us know, and thank you, Nathan. It is different. I'll give you that. But, I like it. How about you, Steve?
I've not tried it yet. You're asking me what I've got?
Eating?
Let me clean my brush. I'm going through the painstaking task of highlighting white cloth.
One deserves that.
Okay, so obviously I have my cup of tea, which is rather lovely.
Have you poured it down yourself yet?
There we go. And then I've got myself...
Cheeky 4-pack to get you through that.
You know the dance. And then chocolate-wise, a similar idea to you, but I also got gifted some chocolate, as you did, at Ardacon, which I wasn't at. And Mr. Sampage did pass on some gifts from our friend Frederick. So at this point, he'd given me them over a week ago. I've ate a lot of it. So I've got one of each. I saved them.
Lovely.
A Canopers and a Duplo, and it's not Lego. And then also from Julian, one of these, a Lion Bar Blonde, which are very, very nice. It's like caramel flavoured chocolate.
Mine's Lion Wild.
Yeah, this is mine's blonde, and I don't know if it's going to pick it up, but like the lion has got like a crazy 80s style headband on, and looks a bit like Lion-O from the Thundercats.
My lion just looks like a lion.
Yeah, mine's a dude.
Trendy lion.
Limited edition. These are gorgeous, and the reason I only got one left, I've only had one, Julian, if you're in. Anna's at the others. She went, oh, them Lion bars are nice. I went, I know, and they're mine. Cheek of it. So thank you very much to Frederick, and thank you very much to Julian, and thank you very much to Nathan. I haven't got that with me tonight, but it is in the fridge and I've not tried it yet.
Give it a go, mate. I think so. But yeah, thank you to all our lovely patrons who gave us chocolate at the meetup, which I'm sure we will talk about. Yeah. You have a paint, I'll see who's in.
Yeah.
So Max Malice is in, Nathan's in. The first comment is, Steve fixed the whip thread? No, Damien did it. Green Tree's in, Macklin is in, 5 Dice Macklin. Tom Marshall is in. Gamling is Gonling, so Ghosts and Easterlings on the table for a few upcoming events at Element. Andrew Kerr is in, Joshua Crosby is in, saying, oh. Jill Gorham is in. Matt
Jill's in. Is Jill in?
Jill is in. She's going to like this. Jill, are you ready? Jill, I think you should build it up. You should build it up. This is huge. This is huge.
Bum, bum, bum. They're in a box. Oh, that's our address.
Oh, you silly.
Don't nobody send anything weird to that address, please. Thank you very much.
You silly old. I don't think there's no. I'm sorry about him, Joe. I don't think there's any way to undo
that. I'll sort it.
How?
But if you've got any chocolate, I'm sure Jill will like it.
Sorry, Jill.
But yes, Jill. So those Rohan will be on their way to you next week. Hope that makes giving everyone your address right.
I don't think it's a good trade. You're so bad at that. Do you remember that time what did you do? Like yell out someone's PIN number on what know. Did you call out? You called out someone's phone number on a live stream as part of a live draw or something.
I mean, it sounds like something.
Gave someone's personal information away. It's very amusing. No, not for them. Dexterous in. Matthews Allen is in. He's painting some orcs with throwing his skulls. Matt Hudson is looking forward to stream and avoiding painting the banner. Indeed, aren't we all? DS Howe 24. Is that a new name? DS Howe 24?
I think so.
Bear in mind, Steve normally reads the comments, so he kind of tends to see the names more than I do. So welcome if you're on.
You've met people, so
I do. He wishes at home painting instead of work. Only 2:30 p.m. where I am at. So that's 7 hours away. So I'm guessing you're in America. Kate is in. Evening all, feeling good about my stacks tonight. Let's know what they are. Janelmo's in, stopping in to say hello. Larry says, I know I wouldn't be late if I got here at 8:37. Janelmo is about to watch this week's and last week's Rings of Power with my girlfriend. Whoa. What do you mean? Surely,
I think you're mistaken. I think
you're about to watch the stream with your girlfriend. Tom Spate is in, says evening all. The Banners is in, saying a wizard is never late. 3, 2, 1. Highland Ferron has his paintbrush at the ready. Because of Dragons is in, says no gambling for me tonight, as the bugger's already painted. We'll be having a crack at Theoden. Enjoy the evening, Ben. Julian Hammond is in. Evening, guys, late as usual. And then we're having some chatter about the Echo from Dale's in. J-Max of Middle Earth. J-Max Armies Middle Earth says this is his favourite stream. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
Lots of Echo chatter. And Larry, presumably when the Echo is on, suggests that we should have gone with streams in streamy stream. Until Groves confirms, having said, Damien Echo Burn, it's fixed. I was being a twat. Nathan's in. The Banners are in, saying merch. Probably the mugs. Martin Slate says fancy mug, gents.
There's a few more people in the world.
There's a few more mugs out there in the world after the BSIME Meetup. Absolutely. And Larry Miller says the Echo has been fixed. That would be super, which I'm sure is a gag, but I don't get why. Frederick Schultz is in. Currently at a birthday party, so I won't be able to join you, even though I have 2 other painted gamlings. Have fun, BSIME people. The Banner says the Conversion Sprue episode will be good. It will. Larry, what about gamlings that have not yet come to be made? You can't paint them. Aaron de Haven is in. I need help. I have Lothlorien, Thranduil's Halls, Rohan, Minister of Last Night's Corsairs, Thorin's Company, Rivendell, Fiefdoms to paint. I think you should paint Gamling and some Fiefdoms. That's how you sort it. Richard Fitzgerald's in, saying, evening everyone. Dale Gross says, surely everyone's got an unpainted balanced Gamling. I agree. I think they will. Larry Miller, the balanced one is the only one I've painted. Classic Miller. Dale Gross is the only one he owns. Larry painted for an event that got cancelled by COVID. Sorry to hear that, dude. Arjinder Singh, Nathan's in. Wild Attack Banner is the most pointless, perfect BSIME model. Yeah, I kind of agree. Harjinder Singh is in, saying, evening, hope everyone is well. Katie, Chris and I got tickets, Throwing Skulls. Wonderful, looking forward to it. Macklin says, I knew you were mad at me. If you don't know the story, there's Thomas Macklin, humanitarian that he is, gave 3 of his black BSIME dice to Sam Page. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? But Sam at least is TTG. Sam.
Yeah. His first video. His first solo video is going out tomorrow.
Indeed. Unboxing some Star Wars stuff, I believe.
Yeah.
Tommy Murphy's in. Hey, gents, hope you're having a great night. I am having a great night, actually, to be fair.
I'm glad it's Friday. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I'm painting.
Mm-hmm. I remember December is always a bit of a pain for events for me. I think that's because of work. Andrew Kerr didn't get a ticket this time. Hope one comes up as my favourite event. Indeed, I completely agree. Nathan is going to Throne of Skulls. Tommy Murphy says, I'll be honest, I'm watching this in a pub having some Irish whiskey. And then I'm planning on painting a retro Glorfindel. That's so mega. I find it utterly, I'm an old man, I find it utterly weird that people would watch this sort of stuff on their phone. Particularly in a pub. Tom
we're on the big screen.
Is in. Tom W is not Tom Wag. We got there. Good evening, everyone. Tom Spate. So here we go. We're on to library chatter. Tom Spate suggests 3. Nathan says as many as they need 1. See, I don't agree with that. Jill Gorham. They're also very different things. The number of how many they need is going to be very different to the number of how many they want. Jill Gorham says, I'm a librarian. I have some biases. Yeah, we got to push the books. Ben says 2 books, maybe. Tom Marshall, 14, 1 a day for 2 weeks. I like that. That's a kind of sensible answer coming in there. I'm going to screen grab this for our chat. The banner says 2. Matt Hudson says the library limit. Arjinder says 3 for the week. Richard Fitzgerald says 3 to 4 for the week. Larry Miller says 7. Kate says 5 books, some variety, but not too much choice. Otherwise, they're overwhelmed.
It's got to be fun. It's got to be fun, not a chore. Don't make it a job.
Stephen Ryan, Vicky says it depends on how often you get to go to the library. If it's once a month, 12 to 14, apparently. Once a month, 12 to 14. Okay, that's an interesting point. Did you meet Stephen Ryan?
Probably. You know what I'm like with names, mate.
I remember you.
Have you got a picture of him?
Not in my room, no. So Stephen Ryan, as I'm sure you know, and if you don't, we'll pretend you do now. He's the guy who's building all the scenery. He's one of our lovely painters building the scenery route.
Yeah.
He's the guy who got married on the night of the stream.
Of course I met him.
Of course you met
we had a conversation with him.
I know.
Yeah.
And his
lovely wife.
Who, Vicky, who was the furious bride in the background of the picture. So it was lovely to meet them swinging, which was super cool. Stephen Ryan says 5 to 6. The banner says depends how hard the library is to get to. James Shearman says 4 in a week, which of course would be 16 in a month, I guess. Tom Marshall should be proportionate to the size of Daddy's pile of shame. That's a great answer. Ian Whitehouse, evening all, just got the girl to bed. Hope I ain't missed too much. We just finished saying this morning. And Nathan T says, I love Steve's face. We'll remember his question later. Well, that will help us remember. Remember, Steve, you've got a question to ask these fine people.
Yeah.
And you'll be pleased to know, Steve, that, oh, God, Chat 69 XYZ Best Adult Dating Site is in.
Welcome back.
Let's hide those. And do we just hide? We'll also report.
I'm not convinced YouTube does anything when you report them.
What else do we do? Remove. There you go. Let's see what happens now. See what happens further down. Scott Newman, I'd say 3 books a trip. When I was young, I was allowed 1 per week. I missed my trips as a young lad to the library. Yeah, well, I agree. Larry Miller, no way I'd say 9, so they can have them all floating around Nagash time. Steve's been a hobby and machine in the last week. You love to see it. Feels like 2020. What a time to be alive. S-Crow 2022. In Whitehouse, sorry, I turn up and so does Sexy Bot. Oh yeah, of course. So that's how it starts. Stephen Ryan, Sexy Bot thinks 69. Nathan T, it's your natural magnetism. Ian, Gordon Lolo, hey guys, first time I caught a live one for a while. Painting along with Gamling's banner. Wish me luck. Oh, you poor soul. Thoughts and prayers. Ian Whitehouse, Penn Teller, eat your heart out. Because of dragons, I've recently gone to Eating Whispers. They're very nice indeed. Of course they are. Where have you been? Where have you been all your life, Ben? Darren Warner is in saying, hi guys, just saying hi. I'm in Canada at the moment. Because of family bereavement. Oh, I'm sorry, Darren.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry.
We'll watch the stream later. Stay safe and well. I'm sorry, man. I hope you're doing as well as can be hoped and find solace in your family and friends. If we can bring even the smallest smile to your lips today, it's the least we can do. Nathan T, I've tried it. It wasn't for me. Rox loved it. I don't know what that is.
Mango chocolate.
Oh, it must be the passion fruit chocolate. Yeah, you're right. Larry Miller loading Pez dispensers while I watch. Chat is back in, which is a shame to see. I don't know if it's the same one, if they'll then be gone or whatever.
Whatever.
Let's try that one. The banners is in swearing for some reason. Jill Gorham says, "Bloody hell, Steve! You do know how to double edge a gift." Oh, here we go. I think that's why the banner said that. But she then says, "Thank you, mate." So I don't think she's furious.
Yeah, boy.
Larry Miller directs her to your new YouTube channel. You can leak viewers' personal information. As she says, indeed, the same week I rejoined the Patreon. Yes, it's good to have you back, Jill.
Yes,
Is she back in the chat? I don't think I've added her back.
I've not had a chance to do it because I've been busy hobbying. So,
yeah. Have you been hobbying?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. We'll add you back in, Jill. Sorry about that. Larry Miller, you said if someone could say the echo has been fixed, that would be super. So I did. Oh, I see. I get it. That's very funny. Larry Miller says, I thought it was going out tonight, Steve. That's obviously a joke. DS How 24. It says it is a first time to a live showing. Just usually watch replays and hobby vlogs. Well, welcome, Steve. You normally have a message for first timers, don't you?
Yeah, well, he's already done it. So normally what I say is, if it's your first time in, do make yourself known. Say hello so we know who you are. We'll give you a little bit of a shout out. Nothing embarrassing or anything like that.
Nothing. No personal information.
No personal information.
We'll handle that. Thank you very much.
Don't let me know your address.
For the love of God, don't tell Steve your address because he will tell the world. I do this thing. Does basing a Gamling count and maybe getting some primer on it if the PVA glue dries? Oh, what? So he's not. I see. So you haven't started painting him. You're starting work. Then yes, absolutely. Yeah, of course, definitely. Nathan, I'd like to change my library answer to 0. You need to clear the book log first. Oy. Luke J. Nathan also gave me one of those funky chocolate bars after our game at the meetup. Me and my girlfriend tried it after it'd been in the fridge. He said it's a bit cheesy with an underlying fruity crunch. I told you. It's really weird. He gives it 6.5 out of 10.
Solid.
There you go. Nathan T, Mr. Collister and Luke J have a bar of fruity chocolate too for a spread of opinions. So Marshall, who else is ordering? Oh yes, the breaking of the fellowship in approximately 2.5 hours. And if you didn't know, you're welcome. Very exciting news. A lot of people wanted the breaking of the fellowship back, and it's currently on made to order.
Mm-hmm.
I reckon you've got it, haven't you, Steve?
I've got it twice, and I'm getting it again tomorrow.
Someone's doing well. Why on earth did you say those words? What? Why do you need 3? What's going on?
All will be revealed.
Oh, really? Is it a secret?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a disappointing conversation topic. I have it once, and I painted it up sort of over the last year. I think I finished it near the start of this year before the SBG 11 photo shoot. I think it was 12 photo shoot. So I've got them painted. I don't have the Gandalf paint actually, so I won't be buying it again. So all has been revealed for me. But yeah, that is a lovely set. I reckon it's going to be about 48 quid based on the price of the fellowship. And if you have the money and you're in any way tempted, I would highly recommend it because it's a beautiful, beautiful set. Stephen Ryan says, lovely to meet you too. And it's important that you don't mishear this because there's then an exclamation mark and then he says, Steve. I love that I've met you previously and played one of the stream games from the studio at Scouring and you still don't remember.
Yes, yeah.
Not only that, I just don't want you to think he said lovely to meet you too, Steve, because he hasn't. He said lovely to meet you too. And then he's starting a new sentence that says, Steve, I love that I've met you previously, played one of the stream games from the studio at Scouring and you still don't remember. That is brutal.
I do remember it now you say it.
I'm sorry, Steve. That's not remembering. Matt Hudson, definitely. Tom, I don't have it. And this is about the breaking the fellowship. Definitely, Tom, I don't have it. And also succumbed to an eBay buy of it 2 weeks ago. Oh no!
Yeah.
Why would you need 3 breaking fellowships? I hear that a lot. At least I can use my triple models in the same game. I think that's about Great Beasts. Goldfish Blue. Ever need a laugh at prices? They'll be there for you. because you're there for them too. Steve, go up on the chat, mate.
Easy.
What's the big deal? Don't get it. So we got some cool stuff ahead and some average stuff. We might. I think we're in a pretty good shape to have a bit of a catch up.
Yeah.
Let us know. Start letting us know in the chat kind of how your hobby's been for the last 3 weeks. What have you been doing for the last 3 weeks? We've also we've got the magazine to look through, Gamling Week, and I've also got a deep dive of Gamling.
Oh, nice.
Which won't take very long. In tragic news, and I also thought, and I haven't done this.
So
yet.
It's a shallow dive.
It's a shallow dive, yeah. I haven't done this yet, but it was more to kind of bulk out the Gamling section. I thought we could have a look through his profiles. So I've pulled the books over, but I haven't actually looked through them yet, so it'll all be new. So we'll give them a bit of time to tell us what they've been up to. But Steve, how are you, mate? How's your 3 weeks been?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm trying to think back to what's happened now. So what? Well, there's been a lot going on. So outside of the hobby, as I think I mentioned it to you, my eldest daughter took her 11 plus this week. So leading up to that, there was a lot of stuff going on, like cramming in as much tutoring as possible and all that malarkey. She was supposed to have it on Monday, but then obviously it was Her Royal Highness's funeral on Monday, so she had to take the exam on Tuesday. R.I.P. Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, I mean, we should mention that in the last.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? I don't really care how people feel, but in terms of being a royalist or being a Republican or whatever. But in the last 3 weeks, we lost the Queen.
Yeah, after 70 years.
Pretty big news in our country. Queen, no less.
It's crazy.
Weird. Got a bank holiday.
Very
surreal day.
It was a shame. It's the topic is not a happy one, is it? It's when someone passes, it's always going to be sad.
A little old lady died.
Yeah, exactly.
Not good, isn't it?
And it's very sad, and so the country was in a bit of a weird place for a week. So that happened. So yeah. Long story short, Lily's exam was on the Tuesday, so we had that. On the Monday, in fact, Monday evening, I was like a crazy man moving my eldest lad, Cole, to his halls at university in Stoke. So I was doing that. He got settled in and met all his roommates and got him spent absolute fortunes on stuff that he'll never use, like kitchen appliances and.
Any BSIME is there?
The 40k players, funnily enough.
Really?
Yeah, 40k players. They were asking a lot of questions about Middle Earth, and I was like, yeah. Just give it
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How did that possibly come up?
Because Cole said, "Oh, my dad plays Middle Earth and he does YouTube and all that," so they were very interested. So if you're in the chat tonight, boys,
I'm amazed anyone on their first day at uni was like, "Do you know what I do? I paint toy soldiers."
They will not. Oh, it's a dorm of nerds. Let me tell you that.
It's wonderful that the world maybe is changing for the better.
It's Friday night, and they're because they've got, it's like a house on campus. Their house is literally about 30 yards from the Student Union bar, so they will not be in watching the stream tonight, I would presume. So I had that, and then hobby-wise, we had, which we'll talk about more in depth later on in the stream, we had the BSIME Meetup, which I was very excited about. I had dramas before it. I wanted to get there early on the Friday. Didn't end up getting there till late. We arrived at precisely the same time, which was very weird.
Dude, it was so synced,
very weird. But I wanted to bring my Goblin Town army, which I have in the limited edition Goblin Town Hobbit.
Oh yeah.
And it's got my painted. It's basically got the whole start set painted in that box.
And the trolls.
And the trolls, everything's in there. Goblin Town, as you know, I used to play quite a lot at events. It's one of my favourite armies to play because it just means I can play in the manner of which I love to play, which I don't have to put any thought into it. I just go kill that or don't. And it wasn't. I thought it was at the studio, so I left home, went to the studio to get it. Wasn't there. I thought, it must be at home then. So I drove all the way back home. Got all the way back home. Wasn't here. So I thought, it must be at the studio. It can't be anywhere else, and I must have just missed it. So I drove all the way back to the studio again, and it wasn't flipping there. So that Friday, I was very stressed, but I was trying to have a conversation with myself and say, now's not the time to get stressed about it. You need to leave. So I just grabbed another army box, which was Gundabad's I took that with me and had a great weekend, fantastic weekend. But that weekend, I come away from it reignited with the longing to hobby, because I've not painted. I've done bits. Like, look at this. This is the extent of my
Is it
hobby.
going to be Easterlings by any chance?
This is the extent of my hobby probably in the last 6 months. That's it. It's been sat there every now and again when Damien gets on my case and says, "Steve, you really should be painting on these streams. You know, this is what the streams are about. Are you setting a bad example?" Cool. That's the extent of my painting. I've not painted for ages, and I did. I'll tell you the reason why I'm painting what I'm painting and why I started painting what I'm painting, because I think we spoke about these, haven't we? These fellas turned up a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, glory.
And I absolutely adore this model. It's beautiful. Both the foot and mounted, like them equally. And cannot wait to paint them. But because it's been so long since I've painted, I didn't want to just jump straight into that. I want to get like my muscle memory back and get painted again. So I thought, right, what shall I do? I didn't want to just paint anything random. So I thought, do you know what? Throne of Skulls. And because of the drama I had with the Goblin Town box, not being able to find it at the last minute, I did say to myself over that weekend, I'm going to start my Throne of Skulls army next month. But then when I got Glorfindel and really wanted to paint him, and then needed to practice, I thought, I'm going to start it now. No time like the present. Dug out, that's why it's a bit of a mess behind me. You can see these boxes everywhere. There's like boxes of miniatures. You can't see the floor. It's on Damien pre-stream. There's cardboard boxes with miniatures everywhere. Dug out all my fiefdoms, stripped them, and started painting them again.
Why did you strip them?
Because not all of them, but some of them I'd started to paint.
I just didn't like it.
You probably never had it because you're quite organised. I'm very impulsive.
How dare you? I am anything but, sir.
I'm very impulsive. So in my hobby career, if you like, my hobby life, there have been times when I've just been sat here and think, oh, I think I'll just paint a Klansman, or I'll just paint. I might see a picture on Facebook of someone paint a tartan kilt. I think, I'll have a go, see if I can do it. So I'll paint a kilt and then put the model back in the box and leave it.
Just painting it for no
Yeah,
reason.
I have this weird thing. Yeah,
just for the love of the hobby.
So I had loads of stuff that was part painted, loads of stuff that's not painted. So I had to strip a load of the stuff, and then I started chopping them up and converting them. And I've not converted for a long time.
Used to be famous for it.
So I'll show you the 4 that I converted. They are on Facebook, but this is the original type of poses. They're a bit boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then I'll put him with the pike a little bit further up, and he holding his sword. And then obviously because he's holding his sword, I've cut the hilt off the one on his belt.
Oh, obviously.
But like these ones, which I got the idea off, I found a picture on the web. I think it was the Battle Company's book, which I really liked. So I did 2 that was similar because I couldn't make my mind up which way I wanted him to have his sword. And I like those because when they die dead quick, which they will, I can just pick them up easy using the pikes. That's the thought gone behind it.
Reasons I need to go out.
So yeah, so I've been doing that, and then I also got a game in last night with a player that I've not played before, Jack Spenning.
I thought it was going to be a guy called Stephen Ryan.
I don't know if he's in or not, but he said he was going to tune in. He's not new. He's only started playing probably about 12 months ago, he said. But he was a great guy, lots of fun. He's subscribed to Battle Streams now.
Solid marketing during the game. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, you love it. And with that, I am also a big shout out to Aaron Noonan, if he's in, which I don't think he is because I think he's watching the Two Towers Extended in the cinema tonight. But I needed a spare Murren and Dra.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm going to convert them to have Iron Hills armor on, so go with my Iron Hills army.
No, Troki's just done that.
Yeah, I think
did it for Warhammer Teams. It looked very, very good.
Yeah, I think it's him that planted the seed in my head that it'd be a good idea. So he hooked me up with a Murren and Dra, and I wanted to try them out because I thought I don't want to do the conversion because there's quite a bit of work in the conversion. If I don't like to play with them, turns out, and this is a segue into my question for the chat.
Oh yeah.
Turns out they're very good.
Yeah.
Very good. 2 heroes that I'd never really put any thought into ever wanting before. Played with them last night. Absolutely loved them because they're like mid-tier. You get 2. I think they're 130 points for the 2 of them. 6 points a mic between them.
Yeah, very cheap for the 6 mark.
Yeah, plus 1 to wound on one of them. Defense 8, fight 5, strength 4. They're awesome. They're awesome. So I suppose my question for the chat, just for a bit of fun, would be: are there any heroes, like sort of mid-tier heroes or heroes you don't see much of on tournament tables or gaming tables where you game, which you would give an honourable mention and maybe suggest that people give them a go? And mine would be Murindra after playing them last night. What about you? Is there any that you think don't see enough table time?
Tariel. People take Thranduil, people take Legolas, and people take a Palace Guard captain. You should take Tariel more.
I never take Tariel.
I do think she's good.
She's good. She's very good.
Well, do you know what? Actually, I'll link my vote. I obviously haven't done my catch-up, but I will link my vote to that because I don't think you see a lot of these guys. I'm going to say Elendil and Gil-galad, having just used them at the weekend, because I haven't come up at any point, in all the years I've been playing, I haven't come up against them a lot.
I played them once in my whole gaming time.
Really? There you go.
That was at a fun event. That was at the Elysium versus... Not Elysium. What's the other one's called? What's the other gaming shop in Leeds called?
Well, the one I haven't been to.
Gazball I used to go to. Can't remember anyway. We had an Element versus that store. They came to Element Games, and I played Gazballer, and he had a Numenor army with those two.
Yeah, cool. Used them at the weekend. Both of them phenomenal.
When I watched you play that friendly game on the Sunday against Michael, and I said, "Oh, let me see his profile card." I was like, "Flipping heck!"
It's Gil-galad. He's awesome. Surprise. Awesome.
Yeah,
he's got rules coming out of his ears.
He's good.
But he was great, and I didn't even use some of their rules. I never used Fortify Spirit on Elendil because no one had spells, and I forgot Blood and Glory on Gil-galad a few times. I kept forgetting Lord of the West because I'm not used to using Elf Heroes. So I don't think you see a lot of Last Alliance. And when you see Rivendell, in my experience, I think you tend to see Glorfindel and Elrond and Círdan and those kind of characters. But yeah, maybe them. And then maybe by extension, and I haven't really used them, but maybe a Isildur as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that seems like a fairly topical choice for me. Good question though, sir.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear because there must be a few out there. And it doesn't necessarily have to be because, they're amazing in game or anything like that. I mean, that's a bonus, but it could just be, that I found the thing with Murin and Dra was they're 2 solid heroes that can hold their own. Murin or Dra, whichever one's got the shield. He's got Heroic Strike.
I think it's Murin, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Murin, yeah. He's got Heroic Strike. He killed Lurtz. Took him out. You froze then. Can you hear me, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Am I all right?
Yeah. I forgot what my point was. Oh yeah, it was then I also had in my, because I had Murin and Dra with a warband of Iron Hills with a banner, and then I had originally I had Dane, and then realised that I only had about 8 models in my army at 500 points. So it's like, can't have Dane. So what can I get? Because I need to bulk out the numbers. So I allied in Lake Town Survivors, but didn't go with any of the big heroes. Went with Percy, who's got 3 might, and gets the rerolling 1s to shoot. And Hilda, who I always thought was a bit naff. But that special rule of hers, when she charges, 3 inches either side or get +1 to wound, is insane.
Is it just Lake Town, or is it all friendly models?
No, just Lake Town. Just Lake Town.
Yeah, +1 to wound is amazing.
Lake Town Survivors. It was awesome. It was really good. So those 2 needed an honourable mention as well for the buffs, because I brought Percy because he had 3 might, and I brought Hilda just because I just wanted a cheap hero. I thought I've got 9 might there now with them 3 other heroes. She's 1/1/1. And it was really good. Big Nerd 24, you absolute legend, has just joined our Patreon screen. Thank you very much.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
If you can drop myself or Damien a message on Facebook so we know who you are, and we'll add you to the Patreon chat box. so you can chat with all the other lunatics. And
if you send Steve your address, he'll put that up on the internet very quickly.
Yeah,
he's very good at doing that.
I won't do that. I won't do it. That's only for Jill. It's only for Jill.
Special treat for Jill. That's what happens if you leave the Patreon.
all the funnies. You get all the funnies.
Oh, cool.
Painting this white is a nightmare. So
I'm
yeah,
excited to hear your unsung heroes.
Yeah,
they are actually unsung heroes.
So that's basically that was a long-winded way of sort of saying what I've been up to. There was loads more, but I'd be here all bloody night. What about you?
So like, well, it has been 3 weeks, isn't it? So there is quite a lot, and it's hard to remember. I've been very, very productive, kind of hobby-wise, painting stuff I don't want. I've done a hobby vlog specifically about the last couple of weeks. It's all very, very BSIME, so that's been quite good fun. I painted 8 goblin prowlers from absolutely nowhere. As I said, that'll all be revealed in the hobby vlog, but just dug them out of the backlog and painted them in 3 evenings, which was lovely. And then I was also working on some Plastic Last Alliance for the Meetup. But before that, and one of the reasons it would have been a week after the stream, so it wasn't. It was the BSIME weekends that we couldn't stream, as it were. But the weekend before that, I went to Warhammer World Teams.
You did?
With the Wanderers in the Wild, which was awesome. So that's it wasn't the first team event, but it's the first time we've done the team event for Middle Earth.
Yeah. And
it was absolutely mega. Brilliant format. Did we decide last weekend, is it the same format you use at the GBTCP?
Yeah, British Team Championships. It seems like almost identical.
The sort of idea where you can, beforehand, you see each other's army lists, you know who's using what, and you kind of have some say, and you try and sort of outwit each other and kind of get the matchups you want for your team. That was mega. And I took the Black Riders, my second competitive event with those. After Ardacon, I played with Adam Troke and Johnny Wright and Ryan, who had to come in for our dear sweet, our very own Mark Stone, who was meant to be flying over, but was struck down with some ill health. Yeah. So thanks to Ryan for standing in and joining us at exceptionally late notice. And it was an absolute blast. I mean, I love playing with those guys. I love playing the Wanderers and I love team events, but it's normally only Ardacon, right? And obviously, I know you started the GBTC this year. But I've never done it at Warhammer World, and it was just brilliant. It was just the sense of camaraderie was just absolutely amazing. And I loved it. And it instantly became right up there for me with Throne of Skulls and Ardacon as like my favourite events.
Yeah, I'm not. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all.
It was brilliant. And so we had no seminar again. There was a great quiz, this time run by Chris, the events manager, because Jay was away. So Jay had kind of left him a quiz. And so Chris, for the first time, was running that. He did a banging job. And yeah, it was just a blast. It was just great being back there, seeing pals, hanging out at Warhammer World, and having quite a bit of fun using a kind of really interesting, tricky army. And I, in my own little humble brag moment, because this is a humble brag I never get to make, I didn't lose a game.
Nice.
Playing competitively with a competitive army, I've got 4 wins and a draw. I can't remember the last time that happened. That's like 2014, Damien. Yeah, I was buzzing off that. So I was really, really pleased. And the team did really well. And we managed to get 3rd place.
Very good, very good. Seeing the pictures, it looks awesome.
Not only that, we won my sporting team.
Yeah, that's a fix. I've seen your lists.
Either the Black Riders aren't that oppressive to play against, or everyone else was really lovely. Because it was obviously favourite team as opposed to favourite person. Yeah. But yeah, it was an absolute blast and I loved it. It was a really, really brilliant event. And yeah, I was buzzing. And then back, more hobby, lots of fun, light-hearted hobby in the evening, not painting anything that I need, just painting fun stuff. And then we went to the meetup last weekend. Yeah. Should we talk about the meetup?
Let's talk about the meetup. Seems like a good time.
Do you want to jump in? Do you want to do Friday?
So yeah, I mean, I covered, from my point of view, I covered a bit of it with the drama that I had. But I arrived at I literally pulled into the hotel car park, and I was just reversing into my space, and my phone goes, and I answer it, and Damien says, "Hi mate,
Wait, oh, mate.
are you far off?" I'm like, "Not really. I'm just backing into my space." And you went, "Well, that's weird." So are we. Considering I came from Manchester and you came from London, and we hit target at the same time.
I want to say, because I know he's in, a massive thank you to Tom Macklin. He came around to mine and then offered to drive. I didn't know what to do with myself.
That's how he rolls.
I always drive, and I was just sitting there. You know, when you sit in the passenger, you don't have to drive. It's like, it was next level stuff. You don't have to do anything with your feet. You don't have to care what you're looking at. You can look out the windows. Sleep. No, you can't have a sleep if you're a passenger. That's rude. You've got to entertain the driver and keep the stomach flowing. You've got an important role to play, but it's lovely. We stopped in by Mr. Tom Harrison's house, had a cup of tea.
Very nice. Very nice.
Lily's away for a bit, so house was a state. Just used plates and food and tissues everywhere.
Look like cold student halls.
But yeah, we broke the journey up with a couple of him, which was nice, and then headed up with courtesy of Mr. Macklin. So thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate that. But then, Steve, we met in the car park.
Yes, we met in the car park. Went in hotel, checked in, and then we went over to the pub, which was called
the Water's Edge.
The Water's Edge, that's the one. And at the Water's Edge, there was just like this, just the longest table you've ever seen. It was like a table out of Harry Potter, one of them tables, they all sit down in the canteen area, just full of nerds ready to play.
You call in the Great Hall of Hogwarts the canteen area.
Yeah.
I love it.
It was kind of like that. It was just this one long table full of nerds, and we sat down and we drank and we ate and we chatted and we tried to balance 20 pences on a lemon that was floating in water.
Oh yeah, that was true.
It was just a lot of fun.
It's probably worth saying for anyone there, this was our annual kind of patron Battle Streams Middle Earth meetup.
Yes,
which is good fun. So just we do it once a year. That's why it's annual, and it's just a chance for anyone who's in the patron community who can to hang out and spend the weekend playing some games.
Yeah. What did we do after the pub? We just went to the hotel bar, didn't
we? Yeah. Did we swing into the beef for drinks? I think maybe we went straight to Holiday Inn.
I think we went straight to Holiday Inn. I think we were in the pub till it was time to leave, and then
I had a little snooze.
Yeah, a little snooze.
Always a successful night if I can find a quiet armchair with a beer and fall asleep. Jobs are good.
But yeah, really good night. Really, really nice way to set off the weekend. I say this all the time. A lot of these gaming events that I attend, the social side of it is the biggest draw for me, and meeting up with people that I've been talking to online for the best part of however many years it's been. And
I suppose as someone who's not very good at the game, it has to be like that for you, doesn't
it? I'll have you know, I didn't lose over that weekend. I'll have you know I've not lost in the last week.
That's pretty impressive. A pretty impressive start.
I've not lost a game in a week. Just saying.
Where are you in the league?
No clue, mate. No clue.
Do you know where I am in the league?
Where?
Someone posted the standings and I put it in. 390.
I'll be lower because I don't think I've been to an.
I don't know where those points are from. I'm not sure if I've been to.
Have you been to a league event?
I went. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know where I've got those points from.
So you're in that position. You're in that position through alphabetical order.
No, it might be because do you get some if you run a tournament? Once upon a time, didn't you get points for running a tournament?
So that can't be right. That means that if that came down to be a tiebreaker, you were drawing and you won it because you're a TO and the other person isn't.
Yeah, but it would never count, would it? It's like you get like 10 points. Maybe it's not. I can't think of an independent event I've been to this year.
I'm not.
Unless Ardacon counted. I don't know. I have no idea where those points came from. 390th. Imagine 2014 Damien having a word with me. Like, you need to look at yourself, love.
You're letting us down. 2022 Damien. You're letting us down.
I went undefeated last weekend, but it didn't count.
We both did, didn't we?
No, I meant at teams.
At teams, yeah. We're not talking about teams. I don't count. You had 3 people carrying you. So that was the Friday night. We went back to the hotel bar, which is Party, and I think we were up to about 1 o'clock.
Crazy night,
drinking
crazy
and talking. I must say, everyone that was there is legendary, and I had a right laugh. And we always do at these things, but I've not seen him in the chat tonight, so I'm not sure if he's in. But can I just give a shout out to Mr. Max Boulder because some of those stories.
I was going to say at the same time, and I was going to say so about Callum Rutter.
Yeah, well, Callum Rutter always gets a mention.
I think he's one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life.
He's great. He's great. But
he said, I won't give the context.
Max's stories were just.
I'm not going to give the context for this, but there was one point in the weekend where Callum said, I don't know what you mean. Do you remember that? And it killed me.
Do you remember?
I died laughing because of the context of it.
Do you know what the funniest thing he said? The funniest thing that happened over the weekend happened on Friday night where Max was telling his story, and he kept mentioning the story was about this guy called Jigsy. Remember Jigsy?
Oh, I remember Jigsy. Yeah. How could you forget?
And Callum was like, "What's his name?" And he was like, "Jigsy." He's like, "No, what's his real name?" Jigsy. No, what's his Christian name? Christian. Lies. I mean, you had to be there. We're having an absolute barrel of laughs.
Yeah, these are dreadful stories.
But yeah, it's great. If you can get.
Remember that time Callum said, "I don't know what you mean." It was hilarious.
Remember that time Callum called Max a liar? Hilarious. If you can get to an event, I always say it. Get to an event.
Sit next to Callum.
Yeah, I mean,
or Max.
They're great. They're great to get to. The BSIME ones are extra special, but any event you can get to, the social side of it, you should definitely make an effort for. No, so we did that, and then we went to bed at 1 o'clock, and
little pre-bed tea as always.
Yeah, that we'd never drink.
No, fall asleep. Leave that.
We never drink.
Have that in the morning.
You were snoring on Friday night. Did you hear me shouting you?
I was asleep.
I think I repositioned you at one point.
Did you?
I put you in the recovery position or something.
Well, I suppose that's the benefit of sharing a bed.
But yeah, that was a Friday. So do you want to cover Saturday?
Yeah, sure. So Saturday, up to the breakfast hall, to the Holiday Inn breakfast.
Big shout out.
Lovely. And then off to the meetup, and it was release day, wasn't it? And
have we mentioned that it was at Warhammer World?
I don't think we have. It was at Warhammer World, and it was release day. And I was using. I think you kind of accidentally revealed what you're taking through by saying what you were trying to take and couldn't find. But I was using my Last Alliance army that was basically exclusively painted up on the streams.
Yeah.
So it felt very much like a Battle Streams army. So I was like, that's a perfect time. Otherwise, I'm never going to use it. And I had the new dice on order, but I was like, oh, come on. I'm using Rivendell all weekend. I've got to go and get some. So I went and got a set of Rivendell, the gorgeous new Rivendell dice. They are absolutely beautiful. And I was using them for that, and I gotta say, they are good.
Broken.
There were some good sixes coming out of them. I've always thought the GW Mordor ones were the most bent, but these might well be giving them a run for their money. But yeah, so I don't think we can do 6 battle reports or whatever, but I was lucky enough to play Dan Entwistle, who had asked for a themey matchup when we'd drawn each other, and I was like, you better bring Sauron then. So he had painted up Sauron and brought him along, and that was a mega game. We played it utterly in the spirit of it. And Elendil and Gil-galad managed to take down Sauron and win. And then we replayed it because it hadn't taken that long. And Sauron smashed up Elendil and Gil-galad. So it was 12-0, 12-0, reversed essentially, which was mega. And then in my next game, I got to play Dale Groves. And he had his Dunland army. And I tried to pick the fun scenario for the event, contest the champions instead of to the death. Or instead of whichever, I can't remember which one. It was to the death that had been rolled. And I was like, no, that's boring. So I picked contest of champions. And then sat down opposite him with Thryden as leader while I had Elendil. And he was like, just to confirm, you picked contest of champions. So like, yes.
Put me in good stead, that shows.
So, yeah, got you back, man, got you back. Got to beat up these guys, got to keep them in their place. And so, we played. Again, it was an absolute blast, but he was smashing me. He was walking through my army, but thankfully, eventually, Elendil managed to, I think, heroic combat onto Thryden, and he just chopped him in half because Elendil's the man. It was good fun. And then we replayed that because he had an Ent army, so we played that. And again, super fun and relatively fast-paced, quick game. But thankfully, Linda managed to come through there. So I'd already had 4 games. I had 2 bonus games. And then final round of the day was against Max. So always I remember your stories of last night. And we had a cracking game of Destroy the Supplies against his, was it Khazards? I feel like he had a dwarf army.
Yeah, Khazards, yeah.
No, I didn't play that though. No, I played Lurtz's Scouts. Yeah,
I played his Khazards, yeah.
He had a beautiful Khazard army. We had a great game. It was just a lot of fun, just chilled out, relaxed. I managed to get a win there too. So before we do the kind of other bits of the day, do you want to talk a bit about your game?
Yeah, so I ended up, like I said, I grabbed my Gundabad box, and I just thought, because I was rushing, I just need to grab something. I thought I'll grab that. I played Azog's Legion a lot before. That's what I'll play. I'd literally not picked my army until I sat down with Doug. It's Doug, isn't it? Spider army.
Yeah, you had a look, see what he had, and then you picked your army.
And I was like, yeah, pretty much. Well, he helped me pick it. I was like, but first thing, because I've played Azog, I've played Gundabad a lot, and I don't think I've ever used Bolg like competitively. Like I think I've played maybe a battle report with him in it, but that's it. But I have played Azog a lot, and I know how good Azog is. So when I opened the box and Azog was there looking at me, I thought, this is a BSIME weekend. I'm not playing Azog.
Stared down to go, you're going to be goblins.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not playing Azog.
Oh, on the note of Azog, can I say, have you seen the new limited edition Weta mini epics?
Yes. Yeah.
The one with the white warg.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's class.
And then they're stupid money now. They've gone up. They're about 40 quid each.
I know, they're crazy. Yeah.
And I wasn't gonna pull the trigger on the normal Azog. Yeah. But the little limited edition, he's cuddling the warg like a puppy. I was like, oh, that's cool. Adorable.
That's cool. But yeah, I'm annoyed about the price hike as well. It's all the Hobbit era stuff seems to be a lot more expensive. But anyway, yeah. So I thought I'm not bringing Azog, and Bolg was there. I'd never used him. I thought, well, he's not going to be as good as Azog, is he? So I thought, right, I'll use Bolg. I'll build an army around him. So I had Bolg. Who did I have? Who's my other hero?
Yasnek? Maybe didn't have
Yasnek, yes. Yasnek on
It's Yasnek without Azog.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going for the most sporting votes.
BSIME. It was just because they were the first one that I seen in the box. So I used Yasnek on Warg, and then I just had... It was lit... I'm not lying, excuse my language. The list on paper was crap. Right? So it was Bolg, Yasnek. I think I had 5 Warg Riders, which in hindsight I shouldn't have bothered with. I just went with Hunter Orcs on foot because they were naff. And then I had a load of Hunter Orcs on foot, one of them with a banner, and then I had like points left. And this is how lazy it got to like picking the list. I couldn't be bothered picking the your top foam tray out your box. So I just said I'm just using what's on the top layer, and there was just Warg, what do you call
Fell
Wargs. So I had about 6 or 7 Fell Wargs. That was the list. It was naff. And in every game I got absolutely battered. And then about maybe 2/3 of the way through the game, when I had pretty much nothing left, Bolg would just switch on.
Yeah.
And
very
absolutely annihilate I won every game. And in two of the games, Bolg had Mighty Hero.
It's not easy to get him to Mighty Hero.
It was crazy. I got in one of the games that I got Mighty Hero in was against Max's Khazards.
What's he? Is he something like wounding dwarfs on 3s, re-rolling 1s, or something like that?
It's something crazy. Yeah, I can't remember, but and it's the oval base, mate. I think. No, like normally with a round base, you'll get in on 2. So like when you're heroic combat, you'll get in on 2. Having that oval base, a lot of the time I was able to tag 3 infantry with it, and so I'm killing like anything between 3, 5. I think there was one turn I killed 6.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And
it always seems so easy on paper, doesn't it? You just go charge 2, heroic combat, charge another 2, do that 3 turns, and you've got Mighty Hero. It just never happens.
No.
So I
played Game 1 I played Doug and his spider army, which was absolutely beautifully painted.
Yeah, it's
gorgeous. Gorgeously painted. He had the Green Stuff World spiderweb resin stuff that you used to shoot for an airbrush. It looked cool. And I played Max's Khazards, which was all my games were a lot of fun. And in my final game, it was against Mackling, so I got to play Tom. And I've not played Macca's
Captain Max Sparrow.
God, if he's in the chat, he'll probably know the year, but it's got to be 6-7 years ago. Tom, hasn't it? 6-7 years, and it was at Warhammer World. One of the events at Warhammer World. And I played him twice in one weekend. I played him on the Friday just as a bit of a fun game, and then we drew each other again in the event. And if I'm not mistaken, Macca's, 100% win record against yourself. Just to rub it in.
That's a weird internet flex.
And all I'm saying is, I didn't get a dice. Just saying. What are you trying to say to me there, Tom? But yeah, that was my 3 games over the weekend. Every one of them, I just had an absolute blast. They were a lot of fun, and I won all 3 games. But in all honesty, if I took anyone but Bolg, that wouldn't have happened. I don't think. I think the Khazards would have definitely.
Are you saying you think he's better than Azog?
I said it at the weekend. Yeah, I think he is better than Azog.
Oh, I'm not sure I can go that far.
I think he is.
But then he's cheaper. He's cheaper than Azog. So
I
used to use him a lot though, because I painted him up when when we did doubles with Choki. Choki had Azog.
Yeah.
So I didn't. My army one was Bolg, and I used to take him to a lot. Me and Tom, I remember, went to a East Grinstead tournament once with the exact same army, except he had Azog and I had Bolg and whatever 6 guys. Everything else was exactly the same, to have a kill off between them. Yeah. And Azog generally wins because he's just more. His Warg's more survivable.
Yeah.
But
well, it's the 6 might as well, I suppose, with Azog. That's what I was thinking. But I didn't feel playing Bolg in them 3 games. I didn't feel like I was at any disadvantage.
Sure. By
not bringing Azog, if you know what I mean. It just felt like everything that he hit, he killed.
Yeah.
I think in one turn, he killed the King's Champion. Was it one turn? He finished off, the King's Champion had already took wounds, I think, and he finished off the King's Champion and one of his banners, and then heroic combated into Durin and killed Durin.
That's a great day. As well as the games, which we clearly enjoyed, beating up the people who pay us. Come to our event. You will never win. Still be fun though. We should also say the day starts with getting goodie bags to end all goodie bags.
Yes.
Courtesy of Sophie and Dan, who kind of basically organised the weekend. The goodie bags were a huge upgrade from the goodie bags last year that we sorted. Full of stuff, full of stickers. I don't think I've got mine to have, because I have got mine on my paint station. That's where I glued my set of stickers. Some wonderfully embarrassing stickers of our faces, which is cool. Some party poppers. They were very BSIME. Some themed chocolate, some bubbles, a pack of bases from Generation Shift, which
they were packed. Them goodie bags.
It was absolutely amazing. So huge props to Sophie down there for just even that little bonus part of the weekend, really making sure that everyone got a mega goodie bag. And in between those games, we got to go and hang out in Bugman's and have some lunch. We'd put exhibition tickets in the goodie bags.
Yeah.
So we had a bit of a stroll around the exhibition. I definitely went around there during that kind of lunch break. And then we gave out the awards. And I haven't even thought about this, but we should see what we can muddle through together. The winner of the event, who's essentially the person who did the worst, because he did the best in a way, was Mr. Julian Hammond.
Mm-hmm.
So Julian Hammond won our wooden spoon this year for achieving the most tournament points. So congrats.
Well done.
And we gave out some best narrative armies that me and Steve picked.
We have to say as well, how difficult was it choosing those winners? The hobby on display that weekend is probably, it's definitely up there as far as quality goes with, like, you know, when you go to like Throne of Skulls and things like that, where people go over the top and they have display bases.
Yeah, it was really nice.
It was one of
people like.
It was amazing.
Yeah. So the best narrative good we gave to Chris Gross for his Gondor army, which was the kind of beer drinking one.
Yeah.
Which is cool. The whole kind of it is a good day type thing. The best narrative was Josh Crosby, our very own Josh Crosby, and you would have seen some of his stuff for his Cult of Crow army, which is just mind blowing. I really mean that, like genuinely staggering.
The amount he's done,
the work and effort that's gone into an entire army, basically using that one bird head orc's head to convert them and create a huge narrative about it. And he'd had flyers that he'd left around the place, and he was sneaking them into people's pockets and stuff, promoting. I've seen him in the chat going, "Car," and that sort of thing. It's just wonderful stuff. Best painted went to Reese, best painted evil for his Easterlings, his Reesterlings. And best painted good, it went to Dan Collister, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
For his Bayonets. So a mega effort there. And then we also had the most sporting player. Who was that? I can't remember. Do you remember?
I think it was someone was blackmailing people.
It must have been.
Buying votes, but he was buying votes apparently.
Buying votes with Black Dice. It was, of course, the wonderful Mr. Tom Macklin.
Whip, whip.
Always a strong contender for the most sporting vote, due to being heroically lovely. So yeah, that was it. And then we all headed to the Beefeater for dinner, which was great, and gave out some of our merch. So kind of people who had been with us at a certain point got their mugs and so on. We gave out a few new polo shirts. Some of our patrons, a legend who was there, which was mega, and just had a lovely evening till the late hours, really, didn't we?
Yeah, it was great.
And then back to the bar, I think, wasn't it?
It went too quick that Saturday.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That was the quickest 3 games I've ever played. What felt like the quickest 3 games.
Yeah, I found it mega awesome because I managed to get 2 bonus ones. So I got like 5 games in. Then on Sunday, we woke up, headed back to Warhammer World, and had some chilled out games. I think there was about 12 of us left the next day or something. Yeah. Had a great game against Michael Haskell. Super fun against his Isengard. Did you play?
No, I didn't play. I took advantage of the fact that it was a 1-day event. I didn't want to like rush off, but I took advantage of the fact that I could get home and still have a fair amount of the day left with to spend with the family and stuff like that. So I think I left. It was just after lunchtime. I think it was when I left. So I come and hung out for a couple of hours, had a few brews, said my goodbyes, and headed off. What about you? Did you hang around for much longer after I left?
Oh, I don't think so. We just finished that game and we had some lunch. Then headed off, and Callum actually got a train back with us. Not a train car. He was in the back. So me, Mac, and Callum had a lovely drive home, and Tom very kindly dropped me off.
Nice, very nice.
And it was just cracking. I'll just echo everything he said. It was brilliant weekend.
Yeah, it was great.
So thank you, massive thanks again to Sophie and Dan for organising.
2 legends. It really wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for them. It's got to be said.
No, not at all. So yeah, and then this week has been pretty cool. I built this guy. You're going to see more about him on the vlog. Oh, I should actually mention this. Classic BSIME. I wasn't going to buy this. I didn't want Elrond, and I had such an amazing weekend with my BSIME starter set army that I bought myself the new plastic Elrond and banner as a Riverdale based treat. That's the one. And it just felt like it's only 3 models to backlog, and as you can see, this one's already well on his way to being painted. Yeah. I was just like, it just felt like the right thing to do. So it was the last thing I did at Warhammer. I just strolled over and picked myself up a lovely, juicy Elrond.
It's a beautiful model.
Do you want to jump in the chat and see what the kiddies are doing?
I will do in a minute. I've just put a big blob of white in a place where I don't want a big blob of white.
No, get rid of that. You let me know when you're ready to take over.
I'll just finish.
Nathan T says, isn't it normally Damien that gets his opponents? Ha! Matt Hudson, also equal, almost less alarming typo. Jill Gormson says, don't have it, but I've been looking forward to this one, so I'll actually be ordering this made to order. Us breaking the fellowship. Nathan, I've been super busy flying through Ministerial models I don't need. A BSIME meetup, I definitely need it. Nah. And other painting stuff I might need. Banners, Steve, you should really be painting. He's painting more than I've ever seen him paint on the stream. Derek H says, I feel bad for not painting now. You don't need to feel bad. You should do whatever you want to do. The banners, he suggests that the backlog is definitely a thing. I should give you an answer on that, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
So you guys finished obviously voting or guessing, but are you doing anything detailed with your brush?
Yes. Don't stop.
I think you should stop.
Okay. Go on.
Charlotte, currently,
yeah, it's gonna be double figures, isn't it?
Has 28 books out from the library.
There are 27 kids out there who are dying for Molly takes a cat for a walk and just
before you lambast me, I'm in that's insane club. Because Emma very kindly does the kind of library trip on one day that she on one of the days she picks her up, and I was like how many? 28. And I was like, that is nuts. That is absolutely nuts.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Crazy stuff.
I was like, and I was going, and I don't really remember, but all your answers seem to be, I don't know, fairly same. But my memory is I had one. I just really went to the library and you got a book, and then you read it, and then you got another book. Now, I grant you, it might be that's my memory of being 7 or 8 or something and getting a book like you were saying about your girls that they'd actually read over a course of time, or whatever. Maybe when I was younger, I got more stories, but 28.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
And she's also, I don't know how to say this, but it would be a weird flex if I was bragging about this, but she's got books, right? She's got a lot of books.
Yeah, we've got.
This isn't a girl whose only source of books is the. Yeah, 28. And so what basically happened over dinner, I was like, that's ludicrous. And she went, nah, I know. You know, she was like, yeah, it's a lot, but I think a lot of people do that. No one does that. And so we put it to our friends WhatsApp chat immediately. And we're like, who does this? And then I was like, well, I've got to ask them those. 28 books, and I live and breathe.
It's too much. Too much.
Derek H says, my bookshelves are full and I've read maybe a third of the books. Yeah, I think that's kind of normal. Let's see if what happens if I put the user in timeout. I'll try that one, see if that makes a difference. Chat 69 is talkative, says Richard. The Banners, it's a first day subscriber. Matt Hudson keeps coming back for Ian. Tom Marshall, Arwen for the perfectly timed Wrath of Brunnen. Arwen for the perfectly timed Wrath of Brunnen. What's that about?
Hero.
Is this an obscure hero? Matt Hudson says, I absolutely say Gildor, 4-wheel for Transfix, March, and his 8-incher. Yeah, at Teams, Johnny Wright had Gildor, and he said the 8-inch moving wood elves were immense.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The Banner said, when you take a Lendil and Gil-galad, you tend to break easily. Well, I didn't find that, because I don't think I broke over the whole weekend. And also, it was 600 points, and I had about 20. No, I must have had about 20. I think I had about 32 models, something like that, 33, 34, somewhere in that ilk. And they were just so choppy. Nathan said, it's a jump. Obviously, anytime you're ready, Steve.
Sorry.
Nathan says, nobody ever uses pre-council fellowship. I tried once against Isengard and it didn't go well, but a better player than me can make it. Yeah, maybe. Harry Parker wrote a great article about that in SBG 12. I think the breaking of the fellowship at 600 are pretty good. I don't think the fellowship have got the tools. They need the bond of fellowship from breaking fellowship. If they're all a banner to each other, I think they'll be right. Post-team spirit, Sam's in. He says, well, Damien, I used Tariel at the team event. You did. First 3 games, she did almost nothing. The third, she was hiding, admittedly, has had her as objective. Game 4, she shredded Easterlings against the Legendary Legion. Game 5, she nearly won me the game as she went for the supply. But sadly, was charged to get the draw. As for a shout-out, I'd give it to Tom the Troll. The cheeky barge and sneeze ruins so many enemy heroes. That is a good shout.
I
It
like
sounds
Bill.
to me like
I like Bill the troll. Bill's good.
Yeah.
Bill's the one who put. Is it? Did he all put? Which is Bill puts them in a bag? Is it?
They can all put them in a bag.
So what's Bill's then? Has he got that special monstrous attack?
One of them is burn them, isn't it? And then one of them isn't it one that you get to make a strike against every model that's touching him.
Okay, have a look now.
I think one of them gets to wallop every model in base contact with him. I think.
Bill was the one that I used to use the most. That's what I remember.
Isn't there there's a strength one as well? Isn't there a like roll a dice and add your strength, and the difference in your rolls is the amount of wounds you take or something? I feel like one of them's got that. Mince and fine or something like that.
Strength against strength or something.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
He's looking.
Evil. Bloody hell, where are they? Are they near the back?
I think they're quite near the back of the evil section of Armies of the Hobbit. Ben says he's a big fan of Murin and Draw. Love the models and find them fun to use in game.
Yeah, they're class. Bill the Troll. Keep them for later. Mince and fine, yeah. When Bill wins a fight, he may choose to perform mince and fine brutal power attacks instead of making strikes. Choose one enemy model. Both Bill and the chosen model roll a d6 and add their strength values. If Bill rolls higher, the victim suffers a number of wounds equal to the difference.
Yeah.
And he's strength 7.
That's the one. So you're probably an average roll gets you 3 wounds, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's cool. Ben also says he thinks a lot of Thorin's company get overlooked. Yeah, I think that's true. Nathan T. Awen in a dress delivers every time I use her. Give her armor and a hobbit, and she's hard to work. Ian Whitehouse around Thorin's company and a Moria Monster Mash last week, and the dragon was phenomenal. Oh, until he takes a wound and runs away. But yeah, dragon's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ian Whitehouse says Dory was the hidden star in Thorin's company. Yeah, I always think Gloin is the one. People are always terrified.
I like Gloin.
Terrified of Thorin and Dwalin.
Fight 6 Gloin.
Chops up. Yeah, he's fight 6. He re-rolls 1s.
Yeah, he's good.
Basically, he's got
3
3
attacks as well, hasn't
he? He's got 3 might as the champion, 2 might as company. And he does have 3 attacks, yeah.
Yeah,
he's got the champion one's got Burley, so he can single-handed piercing strike or double-handed piercing strike. Sorry, that's irrelevant. You'd always double hand, wouldn't you? Yeah. I mean, the Thorin's company one has got single-handed axes and double-handed axes.
If given the option, you always double hand, don't you?
Yeah. Sometimes you don't need to. Because Ben says that's very cool. Joe Holzman is in. He says, "Good evening, everyone. Just back from the pub. How was the pickle? Time to paint some gamlings. Gamli, I believe is the correct plural of that." Tom Marshall, how do we mere mortals get in on these meetups? It's for patrons, Tom. And if you keep an eye on the chat for if you as and when they come up, a form goes into the chat, and basically anyone who's interested can kind of sign up. And if we get too many people signing up, we have to do a draw. So I think maybe the last form was done before you became a patron, possibly. That might be why you missed out. But yeah, keep your eyes on the chat as and when, and yeah, that's it. If we get too many people that are interested, it goes down to random.
Yeah, because we're only allowed a certain number at Warhammer World. We did have more at this one than the previous one, which was nice. So yeah, it depends how many they say we can have.
Nathan says Damien leaves London at X time. Steve leaves Manchester at X time. They arrive at the same time. Who's ill first? Well, I don't get that. What's that about?
I think it's about you being ill.
oh God! On Saturday morning, I forgot about that. Or I clearly blocked it out. That wasn't. But you weren't ill, were you?
No, sweet as not me.
Yeah, then the answer is Damien. Damien's ill first. Jill says hello to Joe. Larry Miller says, "You TO'd, you fool." Yeah, that's 7 stones. I know, but didn't you? I don't know what you're saying, but am I drunk? Didn't you used to get points for TOing?
Is that what he's saying? That's why you've got points? Because you TO'd, you fool.
Yeah, but I said that. I said I'd TO'd 7 stones. But I think he's saying you couldn't go. Maybe I'm thinking that if a TO played at their own event, it halved the points they won. There was something like that. I don't know. I can't think of anywhere else I got the points.
God knows.
Thomas Macklin says, Joseph, my boy. He says, hello, everyone. Hello, Joseph.
Hello.
You're still out there.
How you doing, Joseph?
Hope you're all right. Looking after your dad. Keep an eye on his black dice.
Show him how to roll dice.
Nathan T says, I'm glad Max's stories were there to override mine. Indeed. Max, don't you go knocking my life stories. Jiggly is beauty. Are you sitting on your armchair with your hands behind your head, not painting or reading the chat?
Yeah, because you told me to stop painting.
Yeah, so you could read the chat.
Yeah. I want you to shut up.
I said take over when you're ready.
I'm not gonna interrupt mid sentence. You just kept going on and going.
I finished the sentence.
Okay. Joe Holzman says, was there a random Faramir Captain of Athelion model in your Gundabad box? What's that to do with?
That rings a bell. What's that? Wasn't that because didn't you have Theoden? What was the last box you looked? You had a Rivendell box with a Theoden in it or something. And wasn't it an out of production Theoden?
Yeah.
So I think what he might have done is taken an out of production model.
This guy.
He found it.
This dude. He's still there. He's still there where I left him.
Don't need it. It's just a spare.
Bolg was oppressive, says Max. It was a funny game, that, because I was getting battered. He had the better of me, and then all of a sudden, it's like he blinked and he'd lost.
He blinked and you got out your loaded dice. I left the table briefly. When I came back, dice were all different, and Steve suddenly started doing really well.
Bolg just kicked in. Dan says, hello all, good evening. Just popping in to say hello. Had the best.
The colour stuff.
It is the best intentions of joining tonight, but I'm absolutely knackered after a long week. Thanks again to all the meetup at the weekend. Well, if you're still in, Dan, thank you, my friend.
You might have missed your thanks.
But yeah, Dan was legendary. Sean Clarkson, he says, hello folks, just dropping in. The painting isn't on the cards for me tonight, unfortunately. The hotel bar has had some heavy use. Maybe I'll paint up a bit of Gamling on the beach tomorrow. On the beach? Where are you? Where is it? Where is it?
Sean Clark?
Yeah.
Somewhere by the coast.
Sam says, I rate Bolg over Azog unless they're against an all-hero army. Yeah, Azog wounds on 4s, don't he, as heroes? Regardless of whatever.
No, 3s.
Is it 3? Oh, it's 3s. Jeez. Sean Clark, had a really good weekend. BSIMers are my favourite hobbyists. Joe Holzman says, I've used Bolg a few times. He's always been beep. Azog gets stuff done. I honestly, because after using him at the weekend, I cannot see how he can't do well in most games he plays in.
It's just that his warg's easy to kill. That's what. So he's on foot a lot, which instantly hugely reduces his damage output.
I'm going to put myself out on a limb here. Anyone who played me at the weekend and is in, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he lost a fight all weekend. This is insane. Remco's in. He says, hello. A little late. I hope you're all doing well. We are doing well. I hope you're well, Remco. Twinkle Cave is in. Morning all. Tragically, I've got a morning run to force myself to attend. To quote an unloved second son, if I should return, think better of me. Cheers, guys, and I'll catch up on the archive. Take care, mate. Sean says, there were some excellent paint jobs and stunning armies on the tables. There certainly was. And Sam says, although having given Bolg my praise... although having given Bolg my praise, at my first 7 stones, Bolg rushed off to face Dewey's fiefdoms and got himself and his force killed in turn 2 or 3, leaving James and his goblins to face down.
As well for your fiefdoms armies.
Both Dewey and Steve. I do vaguely remember that, Sam, actually. That's a good event, that one. It's all right, that 7 stones.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Mr. Haskell's in. He says, a very brief pop in, say hello. BSIME Meetup last weekend was fabulous, and big thanks to all those involved to varying degrees behind the scenes. Thanks for coming by. It was great to see you, mate.
For the game, dude.
Nathan T says, on this occasion, I agree with the child. More books means less Donovan.
Donovan?
I assume he means Jason.
Jason Donovan? Why would you want less Jason Donovan?
Larry says, sad I couldn't make it in the end. Hopefully I'll have better luck next year. You were missed, Larry, says Nathan.
Yeah, sorry, Larry wasn't well, I think. Sorry, mate. I hope you're all right. I hope you're doing better.
And Joe says, I wasn't aware you could borrow as many as 28 books at a time. My library's always capped it at 10.
Few people are, Jill. Few people are.
Joe.
Few people are, Joe. Few people are.
Jill says...
Who would possibly want to?
Jill says, so speaking as a librarian, many people do max out kids' cards up until they get around to 6 or 7 years old. Then it goes down to 3 per week, to 3 per 3 week loan period.
That's interesting.
Joe says to Larry, ditto, I was gutted I couldn't make it. We did have a great week on Dartmoor with the year 6s, even if I'm still recovering from it now. Luke J's in. Big shout out to those involved in making the meetup happen. A weekend filled with great games, inspiring hobby and ace people. The fact it all takes place around Warhammer World area is the cherry on top. Couldn't agree more.
See you, dude.
Sam says, Bill, you both roll a d6 and he rolls, great for anti-heroic defense. Yeah, it's class. I suppose that heroic defense, that would nullify that.
Yeah, you don't roll to wound against them, so no. it does nothing.
Yeah,
great.
Larry says, I've not used it, but always felt 2 Iron Hills captains feel better on paper.
That must be then you're in a draw, I suppose.
Yeah. No, they're awesome. Larry, give them a go. I once had Dory the Dwarf champion of Erebor win against Sauron on his own for 4 turns and with a friend on a 5th, making him use a might to stay alive. That is... Yeah, that's a
Dory getting the work done.
Sam says, admittedly, Larry, the Iron Hills captains you saw in action had to fight alone, as you did a Shakespearean performance of Thorin's journey to redemption. And Larry says, you do get them.
He's going to say something about some doubles tournament, isn't he?
No, he says you do get them for TOing. Then he says, I called you a fool because you hadn't said that yet.
All right. So you get points just for TOing?
I didn't know that.
See, I thought that, but saying it out loud sounds absolutely weird.
What's the reason for that? I
don't know.
Am I just having a brain fart? Is there a reason for it? I can't think what the reason for that would be.
I don't know. I just don't keep up with the league rules anymore, so I wouldn't know. But that isn't new. Do you know it was in there. Like I was saying, I have a feeling about this that I think that's always been the way.
I have no clue.
Maybe it was originally to not disadvantage TOs. Way back when there were so few events, it was almost like, why would you TO event when you can't get any points or something? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Isn't that tragic if my only GM points because I ran the
event? Joe says, because there was a rare theatre in your elf box. Yep, we got there, Joe.
We got this.
Not even a Rivendell box, an elf box. He has 2 boxes for elves and hasn't split them up. I have 3 boxes for elves now. Yeah. Threes, says Larry Miller. What was that to do with? Threes? Threes.
Yeah.
Joe says, I've used Bolgan about 4 games. He's killed a single model. You are doing that wrong, Joe. You played it wrong, mate.
You got to roll there.
Yeah. Nick's in. Nick Ganner's in. Welcome, mate.
Pump up those numbers.
That's their rookie numbers, Joe. Well. Had a nice chat with a certain Nova judge that moonlights as an Ardacon winner about how Lothlorien could use some tightening up.
That the Wanderer, Mr. J. Clare?
Must have been, yeah.
Who was that saying
that? It was Nick Gardner.
Mm.
Yusuf says, I'm hoping to jump on this bandwagon, would love some more info. Larry asked the meetup or adult dating. Hopefully can come to the next meetup. Yeah, Yusuf. So as Damien said, the meetup.
Larry helped him with one of them.
Yeah, the meetup is for patrons. So if you're a patron of the channel, then we have a separate chat which is busy like 24 hours a day because there's just crazy people in there who just love to talk hobby all the time. When you become a patron, you get added to that chat group, and then once every year we arrange a meetup, and anyone who would like to go throws their name in the hat from the patrons, and we all get together and hang out and play games and have fun. And yeah, it's great. It's great. Any links to the Patreon is below if you are interested.
The
Sam
fun is
says,
mandatory, so if you don't
no,
like
yeah, you
fun,
don't have
it's
to.
not for you.
It's there for people who would like to support the channel. But yeah, you don't have to. We do these anyway. Sam says, now I think about it, there was also the time Bolg, also at 7 stones, got himself killed in the opening turn by a goblin captain with 2 goblins. Why are these people playing Bolg wrong? And then he says, Bolg's
grim. How's that?
Bolg's pretty beep, actually. He's not. He's amazing. He's amazing. You don't
He's
get
definitely
many.
not pretty beep.
No.
He's definitely not pretty beep.
Larry says you don't get many. Don't get many.
No idea. No idea.
Jorsman says, presumably because you've given up the chance of points in order to host. Oh, it means you don't get many points.
He said don't get me points for TOing. Yeah. There you go.
And then Larry says Azog. Just Azog.
Just Azog.
I
completely agree. No, I agree with him. Azog.
I don't know. Azog's freaking awesome. Maybe it's just because I played him. I'd never played Ball before, and because he did so well in them 3 games, I might play him again, and he's not that great.
I suppose the question is, like, would Azog have done what Bolg did? So Bolg's done great for you, which is fine. But do you think Azog could have done what he did?
Not as
in which
quick.
Case, Azog might have been able to do more as well.
I don't know if he could. I don't know how he could have done more than what Bolg did. In what circumstance he would have been able to do that. But who knows? Maybe Azog is better if you're playing competitive, and Bolg did as well as he did because we were playing in very like thematic BSIME armies.
Yeah, well, other people brought nice armies, didn't they?
What, an army of Khazards with Hearthguard? Come on. Oh, I cause terror now. It doesn't matter, mate. My army's fearless. Oh, right. Great. Talking to you about you, Max. Joe says...
You missed that.
Joe says 3 boxes for elves and hasn't split them up. I've got I
think she's referencing that because there are 3 elvish factions. So you got the perfect way to split them up.
So I've got like a box of wood elves, a box of Haldae's elves, which are Galathrun, whatever, and then obviously my box Thranduil's halls. Katie says, Chris says you were at the GT.
You don't have a Rivendell box.
They're in with my my wood elves and first age elves because that's the army that they're going in.
Okay, so yeah, you kind of do then, but the wood elves should be in with the Galathrun ready, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I know, but don't know.
My
box is my rules, all right. Don't come in and try to start organising my boxes.
Come here, start laying into my box. Katie
says, Chris says you're at the GT and you get points for that.
You don't get points for the GT anymore, do you?
I don't know. I don't. All Warhammer World singles events count?
I don't think any of them did.
I thought they did.
I don't know.
I've got a feeling GT definitely does.
Maybe it does. I did go to that, so I would get some points for that.
Nathan says, don't make promises about the BSIME chat, Steve. We don't talk much hobby. You talk, though. You talk a lot. Yusuf says, sounds awesome. Thank you. My friends went to the last meetup and highly recommended it. Max and Doug. Well, there you go. There you go. 2 absolute legends recommending it. You can't get higher praise than that.
You could have 3.
Say again.
You could have 3 legends.
No, there's only 2. 2's max. It's like library books, 2 at a time. That's it. Joe Holzman
we should have 28 legends.
28 legends. Joe Holzman says, what I'm taking from this is that Steve uses loaded dice for Bolg, obviously.
Yeah.
Larry says points.
That's him responding when we didn't know what he was talking
Yeah,
about.
so he said you don't get many, and then about 3 hours later he says points.
As if that's going to help us understand.
I was explaining my 3 coin. We get it.
Get it, we're there.
Sam says, opening turn, domination, Bowl called heroic combat against 2 goblins. Goblin captured nearby, called 1-2. They went first, surrounded Bowl, won, did 3 wounds, rolled 1 on a fate, died, caused
Great success.
Joe says, I don't want to go anywhere near your boxes, Steve. Boxes.
It's a pants joke.
And Max says, how is the King of Moria and his King's Guard and King's Champion not thematic? Missed out the part where I was verbally abused every 6 seconds. You should come to expect that.
Is that you verbally abusing it? What were you doing?
At the beginning of the game, he kept rolling 6s, right? Like unthematically, like just kept rolling 6s. You know them naff.
Thematically, wasn't it?
You know them naff. The old dwarf dice, the old GW dwarf dice, like the grey stone looking ones.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Where the symbol is the number 1.
Yeah.
He kept rolling 6s on them, like no tomorrow. So every time he rolled 6s, I had to call him a name that begins with W and ends in anchor. But it was a term of endearment.
Why are they unthematic sixes? What's the thematic 6?
Because it wasn't because he shouldn't be rolling 6s. Because I've got them dice and they never roll 6s. Uncharacteristic is the word, and I should have used. Shadow and Flame is in. It says late to the party, but I'm here now, boys. What have I missed? You've missed 28 library books from one visit. You've missed.
What he's missed, if he hasn't seen it in the chat, I haven't caught up on the patron chat like this evening, but you might have missed Stephen Ryan's wife Vicky saying she really liked your boats.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Larry says, I'm not sure you are there. I was explaining my as I comment then. Now I'm just confused, Larry. I'm just confused. Max Mallow says, thematic name calling. And Aaron says, good evening, gentlemen. Finally able to join after watching the 2 Towers at the cinema. I was right. I mentioned you before, Aaron. I was giving you a shout out for hooking me up with Murren and Drow, which I used last night and were freaking awesome. So thank you very much. Damien?
Yeah? No.
Yeah.
No, Stephen.
Yep.
Well, that's really good timing because I think we should do some gambling stuff. You can do some painting.
Mm-hmm.
FYI, I'm really pleased with my gambling.
Good.
Speeding through this guy, and he's definitely going to be. I'm not going to need to leave him. Like if I get another sort of 10, 15 minutes with him at some point tonight, I think I'll call him done.
Good
Pretty
stuff.
cool.
Good stuff.
Hopefully, you'll see the before and afters at the in the stream, and it'll look pretty tasty. I think so. Shall we start with gambling rather than the magazine? What would you like to listen to?
I'm easy, mate. I'll let you shout.
Thanks for contributing.
I'm busy, mate. You know what
I'm going to do? I think I'm going to try some Lion Bar. So this is a wild peanut lion, sweet and salty.
The best.
But actually, I don't know. I think it might be a wild lion peanut, and sweet and salty is just a description of it. It looks like that. Look at that. Look at that bad boy. Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Why is that funny? I'm serious.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a sweet and salty flavour peanut lion.
Yeah.
I think it's a peanut lion, and they're saying it's sweet and salty.
Yep.
So I don't think you can get a non-sweet and salty peanut lion. I don't know. You're more relying on that. Look at that. It looks nothing. It's like a lion without the chocolate.
That's not a Lion Bar.
Not this.
That is never a Lion Bar.
This.
Let me have a look at that. So is that a lion? Is it coated in peanuts then?
Well, it genuinely looks like a lion that they forgot to put the chocolate on.
Yeah.
It's caramel on top with peanuts. Is this like a naked lion?
It looks like it.
I feel a bit voyeuristic, to be honest. Okay. So, gambling, right?
Yeah.
Steve,
I'm
going to test you.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about gambling from the books?
Not a lot. Nigh on 0, to be honest with
you. When you say nigh on 0,
you.
are we in 0 territory?
We're in 0.
He's obviously quite a famous character in the film, right?
Yeah.
For us, if you ask your average cinema guy, they won't have a clue who Gamling is. Is that fair? I think we only know him because of the game, really.
Yes.
But if I ask Emma who Gamling was...
Yeah, he's just like a captain dude.
Yeah, just a captain. But even less so in Lord of the Rings. So, Gamling appears at Helm's Deep for the first time. Somewhere around the... Here we go. So we're in the chapter Helm's Deep, just as they get to the dike, I think it is.
To the what?
The host passed through the breach and halted on the sloping sward above. They now learned to their joy that Erkenbrand had left many men to hold Helm's Gate, and more had since escaped thither. Maybe we have 1,000 fit to fight on foot, said Gamling, an old man, the leader of those that watch the dike. But most of them have seen too many winters, as I have, or too few, as my son's son here. So that's his introduction with that lovely line, of course, where that Legolas says in the film, sorry. Most of them have seen too many winters or too few.
Or too few.
And I know everyone knows this, it's not original, but that wonderful scene where Aragorn and Legolas are talking in Elvish about how they're all doomed. And then Aragorn screams, "Then I shall die as one of them," in English. They all go, "What?" Legolas goes, "Dude, we're talking in Elvish." He also then says a page later, if they come to bargain for our goods at Helm's Lake, they will pay a high price. He then wanders off into the caves with Gimli.
Yeah.
And then I've got this one paragraph because it gives a bit of history about Rohan and Dunland that he says. Yet there are many that cry in the Dunland tongue. This is when remember at Helm's Deep in the book there's Dunlendings there, right? Yet there are many that cry in the Dunland tongue, said Gamling. I know that tongue. It is ancient speech of men, and once was spoken in many western valleys of the Mark. Hark, they hate us, and they are glad, for our doom seems certain to them. The king, they cry. We will take their king. Death to the foregirl, death to the strawheads, death to the robbers of the north. Such names they have for us. Not in 500 years have they forgotten their grievance. The lords of Gondor gave the mark to Eorl the Young and made alliance with him. That old hatred Saruman has inflamed. They are fierce folk when roused. They will not give way now for dusk or dawn until Theoden is taken or they themselves are slain. Nonetheless, they will bring hope to me, said Aragorn. Is it not said that no foe has ever taken the Hornburg if men defended it? So the minstrels say, said Eomer. Then let us defend it and hope, said Aragorn.
Rousing.
That's it.
That's your lot.
Then he goes. He just goes. He just vanishes. He doesn't die before the gate like Harmer does. He's just never heard of again. It's an old man who never turns up. But, Steve, what do we like to do on our deep dives?
Have a look at the profiles.
It's literally nothing like what we do on our deep dive. Jesus.
Do you know I'm trying to paint the smallest feathers on his face?
Man, that does affect your memory.
Do you know what I mean?
Sometimes we look at the drafts, don't we?
That's the one, yeah, draft.
Yeah. That's the one. That's what I said. So I went and looked at the drafts. Do you know what they say about Gamling? He's
an old man.
Diddly squat. There's nothing of any interest. I've got two things in there that both of them. I was like, yeah, this is the draft of the dialogue between Aragorn and Eomer, and Gamling the West Marcher on the Deeping Wall takes this form in a rejected draft. So he originally said, "True words you speak," said Gamling, who had climbed now onto the wall. "I know that tongue is ancient, and once was spoken in many valleys of the Mark, but now it is used in deadly hate. They shout rejoicing in our doom. The king, they cry. We will take the king. Death to the foregirl, death to the strawheads, death to the robbers of the north." such names they have for us. Not in 500 years they forgot their grievance that the lords of Gondor gave the mark to Eorl the Young as a reward for his service to Elendil and Isildur while they held back. It is this old hatred that Saruman has inflamed. So an ever so slightly different version of that speech. And in preliminary drafting for one of the passages, the bodies of the orcs were burned after Helm's Deep. The men of Dunland were still the men of Westfold, and it was Gamling who addresses them, not Erkenbrand. Big stuff, right?
Big stuff, mate. Big stuff.
And that's it, man. Gamling was a footnote for Tolkien.
They've done him dirty.
But it's the other one, isn't it? They did him clean. They rescued Gamling. Old Bruce Hopkins gave a cracking performance of Gamling, and he got a real promotion. Imagine being cast as Gamling, and you read the book, you go, "Oh, it's going to be rubbish," and then he actually gets to be like Theoden's little right hand man. And what happens to Gamling in the film?
You've just made me do it again, mate.
Have I made you do something?
You made me put a big blob of white when I'm trying to do a little swivel.
How did I do that? Distracting you. Is there anything I can do to help? Help me, help you?
No.
If you want, next time we're painting, I can sit here in silence for 4 hours. It's too distracting.
What you saying?
In the film, he vanishes. He's at the Pelennor. He never dies.
Do we not see him getting killed?
Nope. The last shot you see of him is riding under a mummock, firing a bow up. And then he never dies. You never see him die, and you never see him again.
Do you reckon he bottled it?
Do I reckon he bottled it?
Yeah.
What? And then fled.
Ran under the mummock and just kept going.
Maybe. There's your spin-off show. There's the next Amazon show. Gamling, brave Sir Gamling. And I remember a long time ago, and it could be, for all I know, it could be someone who's in the chat, but someone on GBHL said they knew he died because they hear Theoden screaming Gamling, and there was a big debate that basically you see a close-up of him, and then someone was like, and then Theoden screams Gamling, and then you see nothing happens, which means he's dead. And I remember going back and going, he doesn't scream Gamling. And, it's just one of those things where someone's like, I think, got Theoden with his mouth open and has decided he's saying Gamling or something. And actually, at one point, I read an interview with Bruce Hopkins where he said he was hoping for a death like Haldir. He said he'd hoped he'd get like a kind of, somewhere in the Pelennor they'd get it, and he just said they never filmed it. They just never, and not that it was ever written in, but it just never happened. But it is a bit odd that he doesn't seem to either die or survive. But yeah, fun one. There you go, Gamling. Sorry, Gamling fans, it's a shallower dive than the Shagrat one. So let's have a look at his profile. And like I said, I haven't done this yet. This is all live. So we're going into the Two Towers book, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
There he is. Gamling, Captain Rohan. Profile looks pretty good. Fight 4, Strength 4, Defense 5, 2 attacks, 2 wins, Courage 4. He's got 2 might back then, only 2 might, 1 will, 1 fate. It's 40 points. Don't know what he is now, but that seems cheap. He can have the Royal Standard of Rohan for 25 points. Is that not 50 now?
It's expensive now. Is it the same rules though?
Any hero of Rohan who has 0 might points at the start of the turn automatically adds 1 might point to his store if he begins the turn within 6 inches of the Royal Standard of Rohan. This includes Gamling himself.
Isn't it now that can only affect 1 dude per turn?
I think so, and it's 3 inches now.
Yeah.
An FAQ. And he's an expert rider. So I think pretty similar profile, but I think he's probably going to be cheaper than he is now, and only 3 might, only 2 might instead of 3. Yeah. And also, and then very, very importantly, he suffers -1 to the duel for having a banner. Oh man,
He doesn't now, does he?
No, they've painted his. He's got like a red cummerband type thing underneath his belt.
Yeah.
And I've painted it as like 3 bits of brown.
Oh, schoolboy.
Wonder if I can.
Strip it, mate.
Gotta be done. I mean, a year later, we had the Return of the King. Gamling. He's 50 points. He's gone up 10 points. He's now defense 6 instead of defense 5. So I wonder if he's now wearing heavy armor. He's saying he's wearing heavy armor. I guess that's an extra 5 points instead of armor. The Royal Standard of Rohan has gone up to 50 points.
Which it should be.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but the range has changed. This is interesting. Let's check the wording on this. So it's 6 inches. Oh, check this out. This is interesting. So the Two Towers one, it's within 6 inches. The Return of the King one, it's within 3 inches. And in the Return of the King one, it doesn't include Gamling. In the Two Towers, it did. And in the Return of the King one, they clarify that it counts as a normal banner. So clearly, during the Two Towers eras, people were saying, is the Royal Standard of Rohan banner a banner? So they've clarified that. So how about that then? It's gone up 25 points.
Would you ever have assumed that it wasn't a normal banner also?
Cretins, I suppose.
That's what I mean. Would you? I would have just said, well, obviously.
But I suppose, I mean, I say that, I'm being glib, but I think banners were only ever introduced in the Two Towers version. So the first version of the game you ever play, you talk about a banner for 25 points, and maybe we don't know if Magic special banners do that as well. Or maybe, it's a different world, isn't it? And it'd be like, well, surely if it had that.
It was a different time.
Different time, it's the field. But you'd be saying, well, maybe if it had a normal banner effect, it'd say it in the rules. So I guess they've clarified that. But 25 points more, it's doubled in cost. The range has gone down from 6 to 3 inches, and it doesn't affect Gamling instead. That's a huge nerf.
Yeah.
Huge nerf for so we're now at 50 points.
So can Gamling not give himself might back now?
Not in the Return of the King version.
No.
It's now 50 points, doesn't affect Gamling, still gives him -1, and is within 3 inches. We then have the blue rulebook. As ever. Favorite rulebook. Smells like the past. God, I love this. I'm actually so happy flicking through this. What a book. What a book. It's arranged in a truly cretinous way. Rohan. The Rohan. Another one for the past. All right, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
He's 50 points. That's the same. His profile is the same. Fight 4, strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 2 wins, courage 4, 2 might. The Royal Standard Rohan is still 50 points. It counts as a normal banner still. Any hero who has 0 might points adds 1 if he's within 3 inches. And it doesn't include Gamling. So it's the same. Same rules. And I think, was it that era? I remember Mr. You know how in the new edition, Theoden's Riders with Gamling was like a mega play to, until it got nerfed. I remember Mr. Daniel Entwistle turning up to a Slayer gaming tournament with I think it was all hero Rohan with Gamling, and him breaking people's souls. And it was the first time I'd seen it really, really exploited in that edition of the game. And it might have been this version, it might have been the Three People's Kingdoms of Men version. But I remember him using that in the old edition to great effect. And he used to have Mary behind him, because this is still saying any hero of Rohan. So he used to put is he in here? Maybe that must be I don't think Mary is a hero of Rohan in here. It must be the Kingdoms of Men. Well, Mary counted as a hero of Rohan, so you could put Mary behind him. It must be in this version, in the Kings of Men. You could put Mary behind him. Yeah, there he is. And then he would use his might. So he's only cost you 25 points. He uses his might to heroic move, runs out of might, and then he gets it back. So then Kingdoms of Men in 2012. So this was the version I think that Dan used it. Still 50 points, exactly same profile. the role standard is still 50. It is a banner. Any hero who has 0 might points at the start of turn automatically adds 1 might point to his store if he starts within 3 inches of the rule standard Rohan. It does not include Gamling himself. So is that? Am I drunk? I think maybe I've got the FAQ confused with the spells like Nature's Wrath. I don't think it. We'll see it in Armies of the Lord of the Rings. I'm not sure it ever went back up to 6 inches, but it was just what the change I think was that it only affects 1 hero. So yeah, that's the same. So this is in this version, which is like the kind of Hobbit era version, essentially. It affects every Rohan hero within 3 inches of him, except himself. And he still gets the -1. And now Merry Adult Captain of Rohan is in there, and he can ride a pony. So I think Dan Entwistle had Merry on a pony. This was when ponies used to get charge bonuses and stuff, and he'd follow him around and just use him like a might battery. Just basically have Mighty Hero on Merry. And then that brings us bang up to date with Armies of the Lord of the Rings, where I think Gamling got some glorious buffs. Gamling, he goes up 5 points, and the reason for that straight off is that he gets 3 might.
Yeah.
Which finally makes sense in that edition of the game, right? Named hero's got 3 might. Why was Gamling lagging behind on 2? So he pays 5 points, but he gets the 3rd might point. He gets Heroic March and Heroic Defense, which is, I think a fair enough trade. The Royal Standard Rohan is still 50 points. It's a banner. Any hero models, so it's any Rohan hero models within 3 inches and have no might rating, add 1. It cannot take a hero beyond its starting level. And then here's the crucial line for him. Gamling suffers no penalties for carrying the Royal Standard of Rohan.
Yeah, boy.
So for the first time, he doesn't get the -1. And it's still affecting all the heroes within 3 inches. But yeah, it's never been 6 inches since the Two Towers. That was my mistake. He also then gets, as well as Expert Rider, he gets Horse Lord, so he can use his fate on his horse, which is a great rule, and Swarm Protector for Theoden. So he got a hell of a buff for this edition. He got an extra might point, 2 special rules, and then lost the -1 for the banner, which is essentially 4 buffs for 5 points. And then that was the Gamling that you saw in sort of 2018, 2019, dominating in Theoden's Riders Legion.
Yeah.
And it has since been nerfed that it only affects 1 hero within 3 inches. So for the first time. So I guess it's interesting that they never changed that at any edition. They always thought that all the heroes within 3 inches was fine. But I guess the combination maybe the Legendary Legion and him being a bit better with him having an extra might point and him maybe his horse being a bit more survivable and not getting the penalty just made it all a bit too good.
Yeah.
And he got the
there was a period where just before we settled on this one, he was everywhere, wasn't he? I remember
settled on this. What do you mean settled on this one?
Like the profile we've got now. I think
it was the launch. It was the launch of this.
Give
it was the new
everyone.
edition. Yeah, it was this. It was the launch of the new edition when you had the Theoden's Riders Legendary Legion in Gondor at War.
Yeah.
That's when Rohan were everywhere. And after a few months of that, that's when the banner got the nerf.
Yeah.
But there you go. There's a little stroll down memory lane with Gamling. What a guy. Do you want to catch up on the chat?
Can I just finish my browse?
Mm-hmm. Anyone out there, if you haven't done so already, let us know what your thoughts on Gamling are. Do you use Gamling? Do you like Gamling? You can tell us about the models. You can tell us about the rules. What any stories you've had using Gamling. Whatever you like, really. I'm going to try and finish my Gamling.
I've just had one of them moments where I'm highlighting all the sword sheaths. No sheath jokes, please.
I wasn't making any, you filth.
And I've just gone to highlight one of 8, and I've not painted the sheath in the base colour.
Previous layer.
Yeah. So annoying.
You hate to say it.
You do. So
particularly at this level.
And now I can't find which one it is. And I've just snapped the tip off one of me
So it's all going very well.
One of my pikes.
Sounds to me like your man needs to take a break and catch up on the chat. It's just not worth the risk.
It's very annoying.
I'm going to try and, I'm really happy about this is looking, but I'm going to try and fix this thing that I didn't think needed fixing and give them a red cummerbund as well.
Yeah, did we get any more? I was kind of not concentrating on what you were saying then. Did we get any more heroes that we don't normally see? Or not?
When?
When you were reading through the chat then?
When do you think I've read through the chat?
Oh, I don't know, mate. Was you not reading through the chat?
Just now?
No, I mean, yeah. No, just before you started to do the gambling thing.
You finished the chat.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. You did very well. You're very proud of yourself. And, and rightly so, you did well.
Smashed it, mate.
You did smash it. But less so the remembering what you did, but when you were there in the moment, it was great.
All right, it'll be 2 minutes, folks.
Should we have the briefest chat about while you guys are giving us your gambling thoughts, where you are on Rings of Power? 3 more episodes in.
Yes.
Obviously not giving details of 4 and 5.
No, just overall.
Yeah,
opinion.
but how are you enjoying it?
Loving it.
So what we will talk about is 3, which is when we first got to see Numenor.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it looks class.
It does look class.
It is not how I would have envisaged it.
Oh, really?
If you know what I mean.
I don't. What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know how I would envisage it, but now I'm talking like we only seen it. What was it, 2 weeks ago?
It was in episode 3. We just
if
you
say Numenor to me now, that's what is in my head already. Like it's ingrained already.
Yeah, well, you've never seen it depicted before, really,
No.
on screen. So there's no kind of it's quite an easy image to override, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whatever vague notions you might have had in your head. And I also think the fact that most people haven't grown up kind of reading. Oh, I don't know, the description of Numenor and Unfinished Tales, or the fall of Numenor and the Silmarillion. Most people haven't read that in the same level that they've read stories about kind of Rivendell and Moria, so they haven't kind of pictured it in the same way.
What are your thoughts on it?
I thought it was amazing. I loved. I really enjoyed. I'm not going to say I loved. I really enjoyed the first 2, and I was okay. I can relax. I'm enjoying this. I like the Middle Earth show. All is well, but 3 felt to me like the one where it really found its feet, and I loved everything they did with it.
I've enjoyed. There's nothing in it that I've not enjoyed. But 3 to me wasn't as good as 1 and 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I
couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you why. I couldn't even sort of say the reason being is X, Y, Z. I just really enjoyed 1 and 2. I think it was just sort of that. I think because it was that feeling of. How can I put it? It was just like new Middle Earth stuff. It was just new. Sure. So I think there was like that hype about it, and they were both released at the same time, and I was just like really excited. And like you, kind of I watched them, and although I wasn't as cautious about it as most, and I think I've said that enough on the lead up to it. Obviously, there was a little bit of
of course.
I hope it's good. And I watched those 2, and I was just like, yes, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy it. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it. So.
Yeah, I thought Numenor was amazing, and I loved that scene in 3 in the Orc Pit with Arondir. That's when the Arondir storyline really came to life for me. I was like, yeah, this is cool. Yeah. Seeing there are going to be episode 3 spoilers in a minute, but seeing them fight, kind of 4 elves fighting 3 orcs and that sort of stuff, I just thought that was cool. And seeing the Watch Warden back, and then I was genuinely shocked when he died.
Yeah,
but I didn't see that coming.
No, I thought I thought,
Well, he's off. He's
going to
out.
go and get help.
Particularly because Simon Morales is kind of like fairly well-known actor, so I was like, I'd guess he was in it for the not necessarily the long haul, but certainly more than a 2-episode stint.
So I mean, he was giving it the big and signing autographs at the premiere and everything.
He was there.
You could have went, hang on a minute, mate.
Take that back. Well, you know, Finrod was there as well, which is amazing. I didn't see him, but I saw him being interviewed, and they had the same. You know, they had these guys doing all those media interviews had the same questions. They said to him, "What can we expect from your character?" And you can see it flick across his eyes, like go, well, you can expect to see him in about 2 scenes and then never again. But he has to give it the whole answer. Well, you know, he's an elven lord and he loves his sister. All this sort of thing.
Yeah, he loves his sister. He
doesn't get to love her very long, sadly. I'm
really happy with it.
I thought that scene was awesome. And then, of course, at the end of season 3, the end of episode 3 sets up the mystery of Hadar, which, of course, later.
Hadar. Yeah, because everything was pointing towards that was Sauron.
Well, it was just a character walking forwards that the elves are scared of. So yeah, I guess it is signposted. Of course, if you haven't seen episode 4 or 5, you don't know if it's true.
But then also, I seen a thing on one of the Facebook posts where someone had, I don't know if it was on Wikipedia or something, might have been IMDb, where it had so the actor's name, his photograph, and what his role was, and on that thing it said Sauron. But he's not, obviously. So,
are you sure?
I don't think it is.
No, I mean, I don't think it is, because he was credited. I haven't seen what you're talking about, but he was credited in advance as Oren, which obviously isn't his name, and that was like obviously a red herring or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I haven't seen him credited as Sauron anywhere, and I'd be amazed if they.
I wouldn't be able to show it you now, but I just remember seeing it and it said Sauron. Don't get me wrong; it could have been in one of those Facebook groups. Someone, because they do weird stuff on the internet, don't they? They could have photoshopped it.
Yeah.
But it said Sauron on it.
I think that might be more likely, to be honest.
Yeah, but I don't think it is it? I don't think it is Sauron.
Well, you'd have to watch episodes 4 and 5 to have any inkling.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's. I think that's an intriguing plotline, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But no, I thought it was awesome. I love what they're doing with the orcs in the sun. That's something you haven't seen too much of, really, but making it a real issue, and they're spending a lot of time working on their kind of costumes and their modes of travel and the cover and all that, so that they're not affected by the sun, which I think is really cool.
I think the orcs look great.
Yeah, they do. One plastic sprue, please.
Yeah.
That'd be me all in. You release a plastic sprue of that, I'm like, oh, damn it. Everything else is on the back burner. Rings of Power orcs.
Backlog's ruined.
Yeah, absolutely. Hundreds and hundreds of brand new models.
But yeah, let us know what you guys think from what you've seen what you've seen thus far. Remember, no spoilers about issues about episodes 4 or 5. I'll jump back in the chat, shall I?
I can also give a shout out to my new favourite man in the world, Elendil. Because he is, I mean, I am in love with him. I think he's beautiful. But I think he's
portrayed well in the series as well.
Perfect, I think.
It's really good.
You can, I mean, I don't think it's spoilers. Assuming you've seen Fellowship of the Ring, I don't think it's spoilers to say what will happen to Elendil in the end. But the idea, I can see him becoming the king. I can see him playing a king and kind of rising up. And I really like Isildur as well. I'd like, we'll obviously see more of him in episodes to come. But I think they're quite young, young son to go on a bit of a journey. It's cool. I really liked the Numenor stuff. I thought it was great.
Yeah. It's all been good. I've not disliked any of it. I've enjoyed every bit of it. I think it's like no spoilers for 4 and 5, but I think in 4 and 5 there is a lot of progression on certain characters as well. I think.
Well, do you know I've only seen half of 5. I didn't get through it all.
Did you know? I finished early today.
I didn't get through it all this morning.
I didn't think I was going to be able to watch it till tomorrow. and then I finished work because Anna's behind now. She's only watched up to episode 2. She's had a crazy week at work. She spent a lot of time in Liverpool, so she was supposed to catch up, and she's not had a chance. So I thought, I'm going to watch it, and then I'll just over the weekend she can just catch up to episode 5.
Well, Emma very kindly said she'd done the shopping today, and I said to Steve before, I had a really bad end of the day at work, and I came in raging. It was like she'd somehow had wife mode on to know, and she couldn't possibly, but she'd done like loads of really unusual shopping, which just was like, oh, this is the best thing ever. And she went, right, so I've got you some stream snacks, and it's like a little loaf, like a baton, so like a half loaf. I know a baton's like a half baguette, but a little half loaf of brown crusty bread and some pork roulette, like from Waitrose, because she was in town.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't really. It's not Christmas. I can't really have that on the stream. And she went, post stream snack then, and I was like, yeah. So let's finish the stream. Bit of roulette, bit of bread, rings of power.
Yeah.
That's my
heartburn through the night. No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got an open day at work tomorrow, so I'm at work at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I sod it. Rings of power now.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see what they're saying in the chat. Do let us know in the chat what you think. No spoilers, please. I think we were up to Aaron saying good evening, gentlemen. Were we?
I don't know because you did the last batch of chat.
I'll just go from there. So Larry says, you said he wounded on 4s, so I said 3s, and then proceeded to explain it in unhelpful ways. Aaron says, you're most welcome, Steve. Glad that they've gone to good use. They certainly have. Nathan T says, check the GBHL rankings. The newcomer, Damien O'Byrne, 1 point at Out of the Frying Pan.
Out of the Frying Pan? Oh, is that Mark Kempster's event?
Out of the Frying Pan is the Out of the Frying podcast event, didn't you go to that?
No.
Oh, right. It might be Mark Kempster's then.
It was, I think it's one I took Cobain to. It never even occurs to me whether events are holding any league points anymore.
Yeah, and then Because of Dragons, is that Ben?
Yeah.
Ben says, ooh la la, naked lion. Whoop whoop. And then Aaron's enjoying
this peanut line.
Is enjoying sexy chat. Larry says, just check the standings, currently sitting pretty at 507th. Top Spate says, best thing about Gamling is the McDonald's meme. What's the McDonald's meme?
What's the McDonald's meme?
Well, I've seen it. Let's not get onto memes. No memeage, please. Joke with my doubles partner Tom, says Larry, and Chris Evans, apparently. Aaron Noonan says, I'm currently at 130, but not up to date, so hopefully we'll jump a little further after. Sam says, we never see Gamling die. Tinfoil hat. He runs off to live with the White Wag, who we also never see the fate of.
Gamling is Azog confirmed. Yeah. Oh, maybe Gamling's Sauron.
Apparently, in a bit of Google Foo, in a deleted scene, his corpse is shown nearby whilst Eowyn battles Gothmog and is saved by Aragorn and Gimli. Oh, I didn't know that.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's not just a Rohan man?
Rohan dude. Larry says he could just be resting. And Eric L says, good afternoon stroke evening. I checked in at just the right time. Deep dive read. I don't have Gamling to paint, but I'll bring you a trivia fact that Gamling in Swedish means old man, oldie gaffer.
Oh, that's interesting.
There you go. Aaron says, all pretending to be dead, lol. Ben says, he's an old man, quite right, Larry. Nathan says, just watch the Eowyn shot Gothmog bit. There's a Gamling-like corpse, but it could easily be another ginger-bearded person in Rohan. Aaron says to Nathan, damn, you beat me to it, man. Literally any other ginger-bearded man of Rohan, says Nathan. Sorry, Aaron. And Aaron says, or ginger-bearded woman. This is true. Nathan T says, yep, in fact, the only ginger-bearded person it couldn't be is Gimli. Ben says, bloody hell, it's only gone and moved on it. Where is it? It's hard to keep up. Find where you are with all this sexy chat. Ben says, having now watched the scene, I have a feeling the wiki I read is grasping at straws. Yusuf says, tempted by these dice for the Patreon. I'm a sucker for dice. It's an addiction. Tell me about it. I think we're all like that. I don't think you can see. Oh, yeah, you can see my official dice. There they are.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
You see mine? No,
No.
just. I think you have to turn this quite a lot because of cropping, don't you? Are they in yet? They are just there. Oh, where's my finger? They're above my finger now.
All right. I can see something in the corner. It must be them. Because that's where your finger was.
Yeah, that's the thing I was pointing at. Yeah, really weird trolling of you if I was just pointing at something else.
Yeah, just like, see, can you see my hand there?
Go on, try and find some dice. Go on.
Aaron says, I want to get some dice as a keepsake for an event I'm running next year. Any suggestions in where to get custom dice from? Da Scrappy Orc does them.
I would go for counter-attack bases.
Apparently they're pretty good.
That's where we get our Patreon ones.
Third-party knockoff Patreon dice are not allowed, so just so you know. If we see any battle games in Middle-earth dice, there'll be trouble.
Yeah, we'll see.
Nathan T says, nobody mentioned Gamling Sass. Your men will follow you to any end. A few days later, he leaves Rohan because there's no hope. Joe says, barely done any painting tonight, but going to have to call it there. In true Crow fashion, my eyes are gone. Mine are starting to go. It's getting a little bit blurry, and I think it's because I've had them magnifiers on all night. But what I am going to do is this, because they've started to go, I'm not going to do any more painting this evening. And it is 11:15, and we've not even looked at the Facebook, we've not even looked at the magazine yet, so...
We have done good things, though. There's been
it's been good.
A profile review. It's the first one I've done in a while.
Nathan says, Rings of Power stuff, loving it, but can't help thinking that there are bits happening off screen. Could we hope for an extended edition of the episodes? Probably not, but there is always hope. Who knows? Aaron says, Numenor is awesome, especially their second age armour. I find it hard to see how they get from what we've seen to what we know stroke think they look like in The Last Alliance.
Well, they necessarily have to, though.
No, in the Rings of Power, The Last Alliance, they might look totally different. Who knows? Richard Fitzgerald says, night all. Got all washes on Gamling done, so we'll finish him tomorrow. Take care, mate. Jordan says, not enough dwarfs in episode 3. The dwarf stuff is...
Khazad-dûm theme.
The best, man. It's the best. I love it.
I liked the bit.
The relationship between Elrond and Durin is just great.
I don't think it's a spoiler, but in episode 4, there's a dwarf, and the dwarf's in a mask, and his mask pops open.
Yeah,
that's mega. There's a little design feature. I loved that.
Numenor is stunning though, says Joe. Sam says, my guess for the armor would be that they're primarily sailing culture, therefore had lighter protection for faster movement, but when we get to the Last Alliance, it's full-on shield wall. Full-on shield walled warfare. So they have much more protective and heavy armor. Who knows? Larry says they should have had Numenor in the original movies, but that version would definitely have been wetter. They should have had Numenor. Right, okay.
I think it's a sea joke.
No.
Is it a sea joke about being wetter?
It could have been. I don't know.
I haven't seen the spelling of it. If it's W-E-T-A, it's just...
Yeah, it's W-E-T-A.
It's just talking about who made them. It should have been a sea joke.
Aaron says to Sam, it seems reversed in this regard. Last Alliance Numenor warriors seem to only wear chainmail and cloth armor over the top, whereas this armor seems to be more heavy-like. It's more like a thin scale armor, though, isn't it?
Got kind of boiled leather armor with like breastplates on it.
It looks awesome. Joe says, I wouldn't put much stock in pre-release IMDb credits. They're often guesses, yeah. And Nathan says, credit to Matt for bringing to our attention the internet branding the episode 3 wolf Chihuahua Wog.
Yeah, the Wog, and they're looking a bit like the Chihuahua or the hyenas from the Lion King.
Yeah, I was just about to say something about the wargs that we've seen on screen, but it will spoil the latest episode, so I won't do it. Joe says to Nathan, I initially got more hyena than Chihuahua from that warg, but now I've seen it, I can't unsee it. And Sam says, I thought Last Alliance Numenor had a lot of plate armour. It doesn't really, does it? They have shin guards.
They're in. I mean, the models. I only know the models that I've just painted, but they're in kind of like leather tabards.
Yeah, the leather tabards got them here, so I will have to put these back on because I can't freaking see. Yeah, they've got shin guards and they've got like arm forearm armour and helmets, but other than that, it's leather and chainmail underneath the tabards. There's not really like plate armour as such. Joe Holzman says, I do prefer the wolves we've seen to the wargs so far, though. Jill says, sad times, it's my 6-day week and I'm going to have to go to bed. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Look forward to catching up the rest tomorrow. Take care, Jill. I will get these in the post for you Monday / Tuesday. So you should have them this week. And you can start working on them. I can't remember what I put in there. I think there might be 12 riders. I can't remember what I put in there. I put the sprues that I had out for you anyway. Well, thanks for joining us. Sam says, but as for Adar Sauron, I think it's a case of him being announced as a big antagonist, and wires getting crossed and being put down as Sauron. The thing that, didn't it say somewhere that the creators said we will see Sauron, but he won't be what people, or it won't be how people expect it, or something like that?
Possibly. I heard them say they were looking forward to the speculation on who Sauron was or something.
Yeah. Because it's still up in the air about Meet Your Man, isn't it?
Certainly was at the end of episode 2.
Yeah. Agenda says, Numenor's giving me Carthage stroke. I'm going to try and say this now, half asleep. Mesopotamia vibes.
I got your back, man.
Which is interesting. Loving the orcs and Elendil in the series so far. Likewise, mate. Nathan C says, something rings a bell has done incredibly well is bring us more shades of grey in the good stroke evil characters so far. Flawed goodies are always more interesting. I and some of the baddies could be redeemed.
Yeah. Halbrand's a very interesting character.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun following him.
Should we talk about the speculation on him?
Well, I mean, that was from episode 1 that he could be Sauron, right?
I think it's more towards, there's a lot of rumours now about him being the Witch King.
Yeah, again, it's not. This is a bit like GW rumors. We've got to be careful with rumors. They're not rumors.
Well, they are.
A lot of people on the internet deciding he's the Witch King.
It's not spoilers because nothing's been said in the series, but
and even from episode 3,
the more I hear of that, the more it makes sense that that's who it is.
That was my vote. Like, I like him as the Witch King.
Yeah.
And kind of in episode 3, they talk about this idea of him reclaiming his crown. And he goes back, and then, oh no, my crown's in Mordor, and there's a bad man there, and corrupt him. I quite like that. There's also the King of the Dead theory, but I mean, people, it's just people going, he's a king. What king's which king? Yeah. King of the Dead must be one of them.
Because he could be none of the above.
He could be none. He could just be a goodie.
Because that's the other thing as well. Like the fact that they said he is a made-up character goes against all those predictions then. Sure.
Yeah, that's what they would say though, isn't it? I mean, he is made. Halbrand's made up. It doesn't mean he can become someone who isn't made up.
Aaron says to Agenda, yes, Agenda, definitely Carthage. Bit of Roman and Troy warrior thrown in for good measure. Larry says they must have changed how the league works. Looks like you don't get TR points now, and also the minimum isn't 25 points, as I got 15 for some double tournament performances. Yusuf says, heading off, guys. Going to finish Rings of Power. See you next time. Take care, Yusuf. Thanks for joining, mate. Hope to see you on the next stream. Nathan says the chemistry between any two of Elrond, Disa, and Durin is brilliant. Yeah. It's like, I think you said it in the last stream. Was it in the last stream? You might have said it. It might have just chatting at the BSIME. The fact of all the negativity that Disa was getting, and I think she's great. I think she's great.
I agree, but I don't think that was me. So.
I'm sure it was you.
Might have been, but
I'm sure it was you. Sometimes you come out with some nuggets.
Thanks, babe.
It was a pun, says Larry.
That's the wetter joke, I reckon.
All right. Reese is in. He says, how do you guys been out tonight for a steak at Miller and Carter? How's everyone doing? Very jealous of your steak, Reese.
Chateaubriand, perhaps. They do a good Miller and Carter, a good Chateaubriand.
Hajinda says to Aaron, yeah, a bit of Rome for sure. Larry says, as it would have been by wetter, but also wetter.
Hey, I can hear a Larry Miller pun from
It's like he's a joined at the hip. Evening, Reese, says Nathan. For anyone that missed it the first time, Steve's just shown you Jill's address again.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Unbelievable scene from Crow. Oh, what is
Or
wrong
is
with
it?
you?
Or is it? That could be my dummy box.
It's a Halbrand double bluff.
Yeah, it's a double bluff. Joe says you still haven't sent them yet. It's been years. We've already been shown Sauron. Says Joe.
Oh, is that because we've seen Gilgalad?
Yeah.
There's a running joke in the patron chat that Gilgalad Sauron, which we're quite enjoying.
I'm laughing at Larry's next comment, lolling at Steve showing the address again. Mark Green Tree says Gilgalad. Jolsman says potentially many times, but definitely one scene. Aaron says I don't think we'll get the Sauron reveal until the last episode, and that'll be how it ends on a cliffhanger. Well, you say that. I can't do any spoilers, but you say that. You've not seen episode 5 all the way through, have you? It's not Sauron, by the way. There's no spoilers. There's just something that I don't think we'll expect to see in episode 5 that you do see. Aaron says, I don't think we've seen Sauron. Yeah, done that one. Oh, no, yeah, no. Aaron says, I don't think we've seen Sauron yet. I know he's a skin changer, but I don't think he'll be in human form as Halbrand. I think Hal is definitely going to end up King of the Dead. Nathan says, it didn't come up this weekend because it's still early days, but a proper nerdy chat about Rings of Power stuff would be great. Can we hire Damien as a lecturer? Aaron DeHaven says, I found my...
Mate, a year or two, you might well need to hire me. I might well be looking for that. The way HE in the UK go.
Aaron DeHaven says, I found my Gamling.
Hey,
get some paint on it.
Get some paint on him. Win a dice. Sauron
is Nori, says Nathan. And Aaron also says, brand new in box with horse and banner and on foot. Good stuff. Aaron Noonan, there's two Aarons in the chat now, so it's going to get confusing. I think based on what we've seen so far, we'll get a Thanos type scene where his commander, the weird black elf, fails and Sauron steps up and goes, fine, I'll do it myself. And Joe Hosman says, it works both ways. We've seen plenty of Gilgalad, but they also show a scene with Sauron from the first stage in episode 1. Yeah. Sam says, we did see Sauron in the prologue. Yep, we did. Is it possible we're getting hoodwinked? Could be. 100% Gilgalad, says Mark. And Aaron says to Nathan T, that would be epic. Sam says, maybe we see him in season 2. And that's me got up on the chat, mate. And I think with it being 11:30, I think we should jump in the magazine, mate.
Yeah, I can do
that. And I've not dug mine out. So
I can't believe that.
Yeah, it's been a busy week, mate.
I can't believe you've got to 66 episodes reading each magazine and you finally slipped on this
one. That's the point. Because obviously I'll probably forget to say it later. This weekend, have you got half an hour? Tomorrow night, Sunday night?
Sunday, I reckon.
Could do just a chat. It is BSIME related.
Mm-hmm. What, mugs and that?
Huh?
Mugs and that?
No. It's about the future of BSIME.
Well, I mean, that's an ominous thing to drop in the middle of a stream, on the middle of a live stream, isn't it?
Get the folks chatting, get them speculating. Stop them speculating about Sauron, won't it?
I mean, is it bad news? Because God knows.
Who cares about Sauron?
No, it's not bad. Steve's done the thing again.
It's not bad news. It's not good news. If it had to be bad or good, I would say it's on the positive side.
Oh, how exciting!
Feet are up.
Yeah,
it's about. Well, it's. Oh no, I'm not going to talk about it now because it's not that it's big.
I've got half an hour now.
It's not. It's not that it's a big secret either. It's just that A, I can't be asked, and B, it'd be really boring for people to listen to because it's more like background stuff.
I'm quite confident in saying there is nothing that they currently want to hear more about than whatever the hell you've got planned for the future of BSIME. But fine, no, we can do that.
What I will say is possibly Joe Holzman could be over the moon.
BSIME Devon field trip.
Possibly he could be over the moon. Depends what. Basically, yeah, it depends what you think about something.
I don't want to make Jay Holzman happy. No. All right, well, that's exciting.
Can I just say, I think he's just left, but if he watches this back, Yusuf Hall is now a patron.
Oh, very cool.
So thank you very much, Yusuf.
There's some new patrons coming in. You'll love to see it.
And it was Derek H who joined the patron scheme earlier on.
Cool.
So thank you very much, guys.
Yusuf, if you're watching now or if you've caught up, I'm not sure if you saw the message earlier, but drop me or Steve a message, a direct message on Facebook, and we'll add you to the chat.
Yeah. So yeah. I'll tell you what I need to do. I do need to set up the screen for Facebook because it went weird again. So I'm going to do that whilst you finish what you're doing and then get the mag out.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'll carry on with the chat. There's a bit more chats coming. There's chat 69XYZ, best adult dating site. So if anyone's down with that, then there you go. Nathan C says, final rings power thoughts for tonight from me. The showrunners say they planned the final shot. I'm hoping for a Spartacus, I am Sauron, for every character in the show. And then Aaron says, oh my god, they're breaking up. This is the end. No, it's not. Joe says, dare we hope, dare we dream. Is this the week Madcam returns? No, it's not. It's not. This is not the week Madcam returns. That's what I will say.
That's a good shout though for what could make him very happy.
Matt Hudson says, is Steve Sauron? No. Matt Greentree says, BSIME merch, cutting mats, mugs, t-shirts, undercrackers. BSIME on tour, says Aaron Noonan. BSIME leaks, says Luke. I think we should all be invited to this BSIME Zoom chat, says Aaron. Yeah, I mean, it's no big secret. I'm not going to chat about it tonight.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, I'm not going to chat about it. I'm very tired, and I'll probably say something I shouldn't. And you will see how unorganised we are behind the scenes. It'll be where one of us go, should we do this? And the other one goes, don't mind.
I can't believe anyone would think we're unorganised behind the scenes, given how organised we are in front of the scenes.
Yeah. Quest of the Ring Bearer ass agenda. Nathan T says, Steve, I'm not going to talk about it, but here are some details. Typical Steve stuff.
Although this is the thing, so it's only a matter of time before you all know exactly what it is. You know how this goes.
Let's stop talking about it now. Larry says B-sign mugs with Jill's address.
Put that on a mug.
We should do one of them, but obviously a different address. Aaron says B-Sound tournament like Scouring. No. It's nothing that interesting. It's nothing that cool. Like it's really not that interesting. You nearly done, mate?
Well, very nearly done. And not only am I nearly done with this colour, do you know what happens when I'm done with this colour? Steve?
Sorry, say that again. I was just reading a message.
Do you know what happens when I'm done with this colour?
What's that?
Done with Gamling.
Bum, bum, bum.
Finished him. Completed it, mate. That is pretty cool. And we can have a look at a cheeky look at Gamling Week. And do you know what? Gamling Week is a pretty damn fine week.
Yeah, it's a cool model. I mean, I said it at the beginning. I'm a big fan of the Rohan Ralgard models. I think they were belting models. The detail on them, on the armor.
I just hate painting them.
For
some reason, this obviously it was already base coated and shaded, so you have to spend less work getting the crappy stuff done. But I've really enjoyed this. He's not wearing a helmet, so the head is more fun to paint.
Yeah.
It's done.
Got a good face as well, I think, on that model.
I'm buzzing about that. And more on that, I'll show them off at some point. I might put a picture in the chat.
Okay.
But
can I leave you starting the mag then? Well, because I need to set this screen up. It's going to take me a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I'll split screen now, so I'm going to be concentrating on what everyone else can see. So
wonderful.
Split screen.
Can you hear?
Yeah. I'm still here. I'm just going to be concentrating on something else. You know, so, the usual.
issue 51, Gamling Week. Check out that Metacell. Oh, sexy. We're going to see some of that inside here. Gandalf frees Theoden from Saruman's magic. So the blurb for this one is: the lands of the Horse Lords have endured for many centuries under the guidance of its proud and noble kings. The people of Rohan have prospered, growing into a nation of free people and brave warriors. Now they must fight for their survival. And the quote in Gamling Week is, of course, "Now is the hour, riders of Rohan. Oaths you have taken, now fulfill them all, for Lord and land." AMR. Give him some love. And what really cracked me up, so this is Gamling Week, right? You get Gamling with it?
Yeah.
This is the first paragraph about Gamling Week. The horse is a symbol that appears throughout the kingdom of Rohan, on the gables of their buildings, the armor of their warriors, and the great standards that flutter in the wind above Edoras. To the Aorlings, the horse is more than a riding beast. It is a noble creature that epitomizes what their nation stands for. It is little wonder then that when the warriors of Rohan ride to war, they carry with them great standards emblazoned with images of powerful and mighty steeds. King Theoden's royal standard is among these, held aloft by Gamling. Oh, there it is. There it is. Poor Gamling. He's been shoehorned into an issue about horses here. Felt really bad for him. And with Gamling, he doesn't even have the banner or a horse, or nothing. Dear sweet Gamling. But yeah, and inside, you get a really good article about specialized scenarios. And this is, I read this, and I think this is as useful now as it was then. I think you'll enjoy this. It's just about how to create new special rules and change the game entirely. And what's truly wonderful about this is I remember reading this and really quite enjoying this, that they it's basically about little mini scenarios and that sort of thing, and how you might need to add special rules to the game. So for example, to not only change the scenario but the basic rules themselves to help you create a dynamic and unique game. And they have this example, right, of the Grishnak and Merry and Pippin going into Fangorn. And they say, creating a good concept for a scenario is half the battle. For instance, if you were to create a game based on Merry and Pippin escaping from Grishnak in Fangorn Forest, the first question you should ask yourself is, can I do it with the existing rules? You might decide just having the two hobbits and Grishnak on the board and possibly Treebeard makes for either too short or too simple a game that doesn't really capture the fearful fight and dramatic rescue by the mighty end. The next thing you need to think about is, what do I need to change to make this game work? So first things first, get a good concept, then work out that it doesn't work. All right? Failure. Yeah. So now we need to say, what do I need to change about this to make this game work? The next thing you can do to make a gameplay differently is to add some special rules that are unique to the scenario. Blah, 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 blah. And they make a really good point of the Flight to the Ferry one that we played on the stream, throwing the rocks. You could apply the same ideas to the Hobbits escape into Fangorn Forest, creating rules to represent the dark and shadowy maze of trees and rules to reduce visibility. This would make it easier for the Hobbits to escape, but it still might not create an exciting and interesting game. Failure. So what this page basically says is come up with a cool concept, apply these techniques, and it'll be crap. So that's a shame. And it's a really good little inspirational article, but yeah, it doesn't work. Then we get some creating specialized scenarios where they abandon the Merry and Pippin in Fangorn concept, and you start talking about, remember this bad boy that we played? The Wizard's Duel in Orthanc?
Yeah.
We've also got, check this guy out. Look at him picking his army. He's done it in the only way we can. He's laid out his 5 ring wraiths and his 4 hobbits and Aragorn in front of him, all ready to read the book. and then making it work. The best way to see it, this is very much the draw a plan, build a garrison. Yeah. The best way to see if your game works is to play it and play it again. If there's something not working, you'll quickly discover it, such as if one side seems to be winning each time or the rules are slowing the game too much. If this is the case, go back, change some of the rules and try it again. Remember that in the end, if you've created a game that's fun to play, then you've succeeded. It's a really good little article. It's a really nice little 3-page article. And then they give you some ideas, which are mega. They give you 3 ideas for scenarios. The first of which is just kill count, which is just basically Legolas and Gimli fight infinite orcs. Set a turn limit to see who can kill the most orcs. Spoilers, it will be Gimli. And then this one's mega. They've got a scenario called Descent at the Council.
Ooh.
That's the like elf ruin from the Elrond week, I think. And imagine if there had been a falling out at the Council of Elrond while the Free Peoples considered the fate of the ring. Gandalf and Elrond are forced to try and stop all hell breaking loose as men, elves, and dwarves come to blows over the evil object. Gandalf and Elrond count as the good side, while the rest of the Fellowship count as the evil side. Gandalf can use his magic to control one evil model during the good side's turn. If one of the evil models can spend a turn in contact with the ring, they put it on. I think that's a really cool idea. Very different scenarios, nice little rules. And then they've got a really great concept for Merry and Pippin escaping into Fangorn Forest. Desperately trying to make it work. Move the hobbits and Grishnak a distance determined by dice roll instead of their usual move. If Grishnak reaches a hobbit, the good player can roll a dice to get away. If they're caught, then Grishnak stays still for a turn whilst eating them. Tree bit appears on a random turn.
Bit of cannibalism.
It's all
fun and games.
I did also think in that phrase, I remember thinking, is that a little colloquial? I know this isn't Tolkien, but the phrase, if there had been a falling out of the Council of Elrond while the Free Peoples considered the fate of the ring, Gandalf and Elrond are forced to stop all hell breaking loose. It doesn't quite sound Tolkienian. And then you get this absolutely mega specialized scenario. Have you ever played this? Remember this?
Yeah. I played it with James.
Restore the King.
Yeah,
did you play it inside Rick Fryer's Mediceld? So this game, that's probably the best picture to show you. It's a 6x8 board.
Up a bit.
Oh, like that?
Yeah.
It's a 6x8 board set inside Edoras. I've got that Edoras upstairs.
Cool.
And the Rick's one. And I was gonna suggest we play it on the stream. And I took the roof off. There's no squares on it. So I don't know. Like, it's beautiful inside, but you've got no squares on it. So I don't know. Did you just guess?
I can't remember. It was many moons ago.
But this is absolutely mega. Was it fun?
I've got a feeling it's on the GBHR podcast.
Yeah, but I imagine if you two played it, it probably is, isn't it? Was it good fun?
From what I remember, yeah.
Yeah, 6x8 grid, kind of like a Warhammer Quest tile or something. And you get 3 Warriors of Rohan, Grima, Gamling, and Theoden against Gandalf and the 3 Hunters. And they all move squares forward. It's a completely unique set of rules. And you can kind of knock models down, and then they get special things like they all move 1, but Legolas can move 2 because he's quicker, and Aragorn adds 2 to his dice to win a fight. It's a bit like the SBG roll system where you both roll a fight, and whoever wins. Whoever gets highest wins. So it's really, really simplified, but every model's got its own special rule. And I think this looks absolutely mega. I've never done it, but you could do it if you just had. It wouldn't look as thematic as having a lovely Edoras, but if you just had a 6x8 grid, you could play this and treat it like kind of like the the Mines of Moria box game that was released last Christmas.
Yeah,
kind of like that. Like kind of it'll be that kind of thing, and I think it'd be quite quick to play through. It's our favourite game length. The good side wins if they break Saruman's spell within 25 turns. But I suspect the turns in this go significantly quicker than the turns in a 1,000 point game of SBG that we looked through a few weeks ago. So that's mega. You then get tactics for how to play it, which is cool, and you get the campaign report, this ongoing campaign they've got. So it's a mini battle report of them playing it. You can see these sort of aspirational picture of them. Is that working?
Yeah. Where
they're inside the house. They've got this beautiful model, and like maybe Stephen Ryan will be doing it. Building a beautiful Edoras that you can play inside. You then get a 2-page painting guide for Gamling, which I personally think at this point is what I want. I'd rather have a 2-page painting guide than a 4-page painting one. But really good Gamling. Really, you know, as always, they're now getting really, really good effects. What we don't get in this issue, which we normally get, is a really good picture of Gamling in his costume. We normally have that on the 3rd and 4th page of the painting guide, but
yeah,
we lose that because we then need 8 pages to get you to build that.
Yeah, boy.
Have you ever done one of these? Have you done a Metacell?
No.
Like that. I mean, that's amazing, right?
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, lads.
That is mega. And the painting guide for it, sorry, the modeling guide for it is really, really good. Our regular readers will be pleased to know that we start by making a hill. That's some great news for BSIME. And this is the kind of the really good stuff from remember the not the garrison, but how to build Korathangal. It's the really good bits about how to make a big building without the just smash it, and without trying to kind of get into, you know, how the hell do you put that in 8 pages. And what they are very good at is giving you very specific old issues. So for example, where's one? Glue some lengths of balsa wood to every interior corner in exactly the same way as Pack 31's modeling workshop. The most useful thing you can add is plastic braiding, just as in Pack 40's barrows. And none of that feels like a rip-off.
Yeah.
Because it's still very, very clear about how you should do it. There's very, very detailed instructions about kind of building the edge. But it's saying, you know how you've got 50 of these magazines in your binders, go and use some of those techniques for this specific part of it. And it's mega. The way and I read through it and I was like, no, you could follow this one. It's not like the garrison. This does as beautiful and as overwhelming as that is. It does feel you can do it. But there is this beautiful moment. It's a Steve Crow-esque moment where you've got this. That's kind of what you got. You got this bit of the building.
Yeah.
And you've got a big you got a kind of big hill to put it on. You got your base like that.
Yeah.
And they say, and I quote, to finish off the basic hall construction. Are you ready? You've completed your hall construction. So to finish off the basic hall construction, you need to put planking all around the hall, both inside and out, and on the doors. It's a bit like a quick edge highlight around everything. just to finish it off, make sure you put wooden planking around the entire model. And they say
you will need about 576 pieces of wood cut down to size,
and the same number of hours. And it says the planking is most easily achieved by cutting sections of balsa wood sheets the same size as the walls and scoring them with a pencil. Fair enough. A more involved method is to cut the balsa sheet into individual planks before gluing them onto the hull. But this can be very time consuming. It's like, no shit, Sherlock.
Just a bit.
And then there is a wonderful bit. So if you imagine you've now got your entire hall of Edoras that looks like that with planking around it. And when you did that stage and you put 400 planks on, you were reading to finish off the basic hall construction. You then get to step 5, details, which just says, we chose to add lots of details to the model so as to accurately represent Metacell from the model. You can do as much or as little as you like. And then it shows you a picture of that.
It looks class, that though.
Yeah, but suddenly I'm like, I was with you until that. And it's like, just add loads of details to it. This great idea of using this plastic braiding. I don't know where you get plastic braiding from. You know that stuff? You come across that?
Plastic braiding shop.
Yeah, clearly. But it does look very, very Rohan-y. We stuck narrow strips of cards on. It says I think it says the most attention was paid to the front fascia, which was given tall, tapering pillars, built up with card and balsa wood to make it elaborate. And then, like, you know, this thing up here, look at that symbol. Just add some details to it, and you'll have that soon. So that's maybe a little bit overwhelming, but you know, it's a big piece of scenery. Then they make the dais, and suddenly it's a hell of a jump, but you're then at that level. You know, you're then like, well, That's a rather magnificent looking building
Yeah.
we've got. Stick some teddy bear fur on it, cover it in PVA glue. You're eating the double page spread, finishing touches. Do you know what finishing touches includes?
Go on.
Build a ton of furniture for the inside.
Just build some tiny tables and chairs. Right.
It's genuinely like, you know, when you're like page 6, you're like, oh, this must be nearly finished. Finishing touches. The interior of the hall will be greatly enhanced by the addition of some furniture. Oh, for fuck. like, why not build a throne? Why not build a tiny throne? And look at the sculpting on that. And you've done tons more of this stuff than me, but I've worked with balsa wood. Look at this.
Yeah, balsa wood's a pain to work with. It just falls to pieces.
Not in this wonderland. The throne is made from balsa wood. No, yeah, that was it. Look, it's that caption. Note the ornate arm shapes cut from balsa wood. Note the ornate arm shapes. You will never be able to make these. Now you do it. And then texture in the hill, put some rocks in it, just like Impact 40. That makes a lot of sense. And this bit is beautiful. Paint the hall, right? To achieve the goal, and then paint the thatch. The patterned areas of the walls were painted in dark flesh. All right. And a metallic pen was used to draw on the braiding detail. Okay. Pens are a useful alternative to a brush if you need to be really neat. Would you like to see the braiding detail?
Yeah. Yeah, mate, I can't do that.
Just finishing touches. Just draw that.
Just become an artist overnight.
I couldn't do that.
No.
I can do that with a pen, let alone a brush. But it's beautiful. I love it. It's page 8. Imagine you've got to the point, it goes, I can't wait until I buy that bit or I print it out of the magazine, presumably. Just draw it with a metallic pen. Just draw it all. You think you can see it all there, like how much of it is. Just draw it.
Yeah, just draw it, mate.
Just draw it on with a gold pen. Can you imagine? Because you've built that, right? You built that and you painted it and it looks like that. And then gold pen.
Just ruin it.
Just going absolutely nuts. Just draw it. And then there's a really nice bit where they say use the wall hangings from the banner sheet that we got, and they kind of roll them around them balsa wood and put them inside. Yeah. It's lovely. And you do, I mean, it's phenomenal. And it does, I think it's a really good guide. It's a very, very good guide, but it also requires you to be, I don't know, at least talented and neat at it. Yeah. It's whereas the Garrison guide was a awful guide that required you to be really talented. I'm going to say something I haven't said in a while. I think this is great.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, do you want a pint?
Can't buy you a pint from now. Right. I think this is great. I think it's all really useful now. I would like to put this forward as one of the best ones. It's been a long time since we've added one.
I will allow it.
You will allow it? This could be our 4th nominee. It's a very, very, very good issue.
That's a good one.
The battle game article is really interesting. There's 4 pages of just really interesting stuff you'd still enjoy. There's then a 5-page mini game that you could play now, a good painting guide, and an excellent self-contained terrain tutorial. I think this is a brilliant issue, and it deserves to go into the finalist pen. I think it could stand against Ents and Watcher and Sewers.
It is a really good one.
I think the Ents one was like late 20s, 30s. It's been like 20 issues since we've nominated one. So should we add it?
Yeah, get it in there.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm talking to you, and I'm trying to get this on screen. I'm nearly there, but for some reason it's formatted weird.
Issue 51, people.
Do it.
It's a good one.
Go on eBay now and buy it.
Should have done that already. Yeah. I'm going to get a beer, and then presumably we go through the Facebook chat.
Yeah, I'll be 2 minutes doing this.
What are you doing?
Look, I've had to re-add it to the scene, and every time I click on it, I stretch it to be how it was, and when I let go, it kind of springs back for some reason.
I shall grab a bit.
Yeah. I'll do it in a minute. In worst case, I'll just do a new scene. Sorry, guys. This is very boring, but I'll be 2 seconds. I don't know. Right, I think I'm there. Let me just refresh that. And try this. Facebook. Boom! Smashed it, mate.
Got something a bit special to get us through the Facebook.
What was it? Pepperami. I've one of those for years.
I know, right?
You are definitely going to get heartburn. 100%.
Pepperami mini. Still sold in a really suspicious sheath.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's the fact that you got to pull it back.
It's not good. There's got to be better ways. There must be better ways of packaging that.
Cool. A few previous comments. So we're only on 41 comments for Gamling Week.
Oh, that's not good.
No. And one of them's yours.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. It can't be one of those can be mine. We've got to have new and improved Gamling. That's the whole point. Oh, I wonder if everyone's watching Rings of Power on a Friday night these days.
Yeah. They're probably watching the football and got very disappointed.
Yeah, I wasn't hugely surprised.
It's a weird team choice.
A rough couple of days, a rough couple of matches.
Yes, there it is.
Not going to lie, if I was going to watch anything tonight, I would have watched Federer's last match.
I mean, I'm glad you're not going to lie, because it's not a good habit to get into.
No, it's not good to lie.
That could be like the worst habit to get into, some would say.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to go on the internet and lie. No one does that.
And say people banned things when they didn't. That's not good. It's like the worst thing.
It's weird.
They banned this, did they though?
Well, look at all these examples of it where it's not banned. View post.
Oh shoot!
That sounds promising. You all right?
Yeah, I tried to glue a spare tip back on and glue it to my finger instead. You know, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're the worst. They're the worst, man. I'm gonna try. Why am I struggling to see like normally with them on? I'm trying to get a group shot. Also, this is great content for you guys.
What? I am submitted.
Sometimes I do forget that people are watching us and like. I just think it's just us chatting. That's why I come out with some of the absolute bullshit that I come out with.
There we go.
I'm gonna post mine in the whip thread as well, just for
Should,
lols. Man. Just for lols.
You literally should. It's... Who's yelling at you about being done?
Are we done? Yeah, boy.
What was that?
Don't know. It was a TikTok thing. Right. Are we ready?
I'm indeed.
Just realised that like people have just been watching like nothing. Me, like I'm not. If it wasn't even on camera, wasn't even in shot.
What? I'm watching some thrilling footage of me photographing Gamling.
Yeah, super exciting. So I better refresh that so I get your picture now. Refresh. Let me close that down. Bloody hell. Okay. Here we go, folks. Here we go. You ready? You got your pen ready?
Oh yeah, it's not a pen. It's never been a pen.
Have you got your easel ready?
Yeah, easel ready.
Damian O'Brien.
So there he is. That's how he started.
Yeah.
He's not in a good way, is he?
I mean, he doesn't look terrible.
But can you see his arm? Right, that's bare metal. That's not silver.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah.
Do you see what the pliers have done?
It's like he started off going, and now he's just like going.
Yeah, he was. That was all the base colours done, and then Noel Oil chucked all over it 10 years ago. What can we do to him?
Let's see at the end.
Let's find out.
Josh is on a recruitment drive in the whip thread.
Are we gonna? Oh, for the crow, lovely, love to see
it. Tom Spate had every intention of painting Gamling, but can't repair the broken leg, so Minas Tirith tonight.
Stephen, I think we should put him in. He's working on a Gamling. He's trying to repair a Gamling.
Yeah, if he's working on it, he's in.
Yeah, he doesn't have to put paint on it, right?
It doesn't have to be painted. It doesn't have to be complete. He just has to be working on it.
He's tried. It hasn't gone well. At least he tried.
Yeah. Josh Crosby is in.
Look at those stickers. That is a cracking selection. I love the salt.
Do you know what? I didn't even notice the in-between stickers until I zoomed in.
What, on the back? Yeah. Have you seen all this salt in case the salted caramel Twix needs it?
I mean, there's a lot of chocolate there as well.
I can't talk. I've got 4 massive bars next to me.
Nathan.
There he is, the white mango passion fruit.
Ritter Sport. Oh, by the way, was Josh you were in? He was in, wasn't he? Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, I've got him.
Nathan's in.
Working on a different white horse.
Matt Hudson, I'm completing my Rohan after Loft Roaring, so this is good backlog clearing, making a start on Knights, and I think that's Gamling in tandem.
Gamling there?
Yeah, Gamling. Yeah, he's got Gamling there. He's painting horses. Feel for you, brother.
No one wants to paint horses.
And then we've got Green Tree. What's he done
his
here?
work in progress picture.
What is it? An ear and a sword.
Have you seen Matt Hudson's work in progress? Did you get that one up?
Yeah.
Just saying, not making much progress.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh God! All right. What? Okay, come on. We can work this out. What is that? Is that Sting? Is it a Morgul blade?
Glamdring earring. Glamdring.
Or is it Gamling? Gamling. Yeah. Is it Glamdring? Do you think it could be good? It could be Glamdring.
What's the ear for?
Ear Glamdring. Ear Gamling, but without an ear. Is glamdring?
Glamdring. That'd be.
It's like Gamling. If you take
the
away
L
the L, gam. The internet is screaming, "It's ear sword, you morons!" Or something. What is that ear? Ear blade. Because it's topical,
It is
isn't it?
glamdring. It is glamdring, isn't it?
It could be glamdring. It looks like glamdring to me.
Yeah. So ear.
So ear glamdring. Is it definitely an ear? Is it definitely an ear? Looks like an ear.
Oh, Joe's just put the ear sounds like It's like when you go.
Sounds like glamdring.
Sounds like glamdring.
It's
a think piece.
He's going in.
Yeah, he's got to go in.
If you sculpt an original piece that's a pun, you get in. Even if we're too stupid to understand.
Yeah, stupid and tired. Julian says, going to use this Gamling as a captain in heavy armour. Can't face painting Gamling's banner tonight at the end of a hard week. He's still Gamling. He's still in, mate.
That's kind of cool.
Gordon Laidlaw.
No head swap. Using him as a captain. Might be nice.
Just using it, yeah. Gordon Laidlaw. I guess it's a good time to attempt the freehand banner then. If I like it, I'll post an update. If not, you won't hear from me again. Snacks are French fries and Asda's version of mini cheddar washed down with some Stella. Sounds like a party.
I don't think it's ever a good time to attempt the freehand banner. Have you done it?
Especially if you're on the Stella. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah.
I've never done it. My mounted Gamling just has a plain green banner. Never been bothered.
I mean, it's not fantastic. It's all right. I will say, once you kind of get started, it's not as bad as you think. You know, if you've got like a source,
draw two circles, draw
source
the rest
picture.
Of the horse.
Like, it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
It's like the white tree. It's just the idea of doing it 4 times.
Yeah,
makes me feel ill.
I think I only did it on one side, if I'm honest. I did it on one side.
Easy.
I'm not stupid. Where's Sims? Poor old Gamling's looking a little underdressed here, but fear not, he has the pick of the heads bin and a shiny new shield and sword for his new life as a generic captain. Still Gamling.
Yes. Poor Gamling
though. He's out on the painting desk, says Scott Newman. So he's out on the desk painting him up as Gamling the Old from the books.
Is that a work in progress, I suppose?
Grey-haired Gamling.
Grey-haired Gamling.
Nice cloak.
Very nice.
Sam Hoodie. I have a bannerless Gamling bought in a made-to-order induced panic about 2 to 3 years ago and accompanied by munchies. Got looking good, man.
A work in progress.
Yeah.
Getting there.
I'm doing it well. Callum Morsman, Gamling and his best pal Hamer tonight. Good stuff.
You want to hang on to Hammer?
Hammer, yeah. Don't finish him.
Sam
Earnshaw, Peter Balrog, Mummock and Felby, none of which are half as intimidating as Gamling and his wretched banner. Nathan Talbot ran to the shop for replacement chocolate, panicked and bought several, which ruins the run, which only happened because Rock shouted something about diabetes as I left. Let's have a look what you've got.
Which ruins the run?
So he's got a white line bar, good stuff.
He's got one of those Kit Kats.
He's got one of them Kit Kats.
They're amazing.
What flavour is that lime bar? Peanut. Is it the same as yours? Is that the same? Yeah,
it's what the top one.
Yeah.
No, so that okay. So that's a Lion Wild. I think it also says sweet and salty, but it doesn't say peanut at the top.
But on the picture, it's got peanuts.
Yeah, but it's a different wrapper to mine. Mine wasn't green.
And then he's got M&Ms and a.
Do you reckon Lion Wild is lion without the chocolate on the top?
That would be wild.
Would be wild. What's the run? Ran to the shop for a replacement chocolate, panicked and bought several, which ruins the run. Ruins what run?
Maybe he was on a run of not eating a lot of chocolate.
Maybe.
He's got a weird.
Has he got a? Is there a Gamling in there?
Can't see one. I can't see one. I don't know. Ben Shaw working on Theoden, getting some basing done on Denethor. Got Theoden wants to finish, just needs to do the rest of the basing over the weekend. Very nice.
Lovely classic models there.
Josh Crosby there.
Oh, he looks great. Theoden looks great, Ben.
Propaganda from Josh Crosby again. Larry Miller. I'm planning to get this fella assembled, so I haven't had a lot of free time in the last few weeks.
This mug of blue. And I mean, I know you said you were filling up Pez dispensers earlier, but somehow it's so creepy. Just Larry sitting on his own with Rapunzel and Ariel.
Joe Holzman, sorry about this week. Pub called my name. Double gambling plus maybe some more banners to redo, and a big choice of stream snacks tonight. Pork scratchings, yum yum. Oh, the yum yums, love yum yum. Caramel Kit Kat Chunky and raisin and biscuit Yorkie. I'm not saying I'm going to eat it all tonight, but I'm also not ruling it out just yet.
That is a cracking set of snacks.
Yeah. Sean Clark, massive homemade banner from Sean.
That is a large banner.
It looks like something the CIA have tried to blank out, doesn't it?
Sean's mortar army at the meetup was beautiful.
Yeah, it's very good. Carl Daly, he's in. Good work, Carl. Good work. Chris Webster, Kate and I are revisiting our Gundabad getting ready for Throne of Skulls.
He's accidentally got Hershey's though. Oh, guys, you're right.
Yeah.
Do you need? Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
About
if you
Hershey's,
need,
but the milk bottles are Bob on.
need...
Actually, I'm going to take that back. Taking that back. They're not the good milk bottles. The good milk bottles are the ones that are covered in that white powder stuff. That sounded wrong.
Right, if you need any help dealing with having eaten Hershey's,
chocolate,
like reach out to us.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Remco's in.
Proper model.
Will he beat Sam? Not a chance.
You see, well, the thing is, whilst we're not at the end and we didn't have it, what I would say is a lot of people are painting him, but we've had less people in tonight.
Yeah.
We just haven't had a lot of people in tonight. It's been around the 40, but an awful lot of people who are painting tonight, watching, are painting him.
Mm-hmm.
I think in busier, more lockdowny times, he would have had a chance.
Yeah, or giveaway days. Paul Mullis, I rimmed the base on this wee chappie, finished him a couple of weeks back, but realised the base was still a bit messy. No banner for me. Yeah. I've got the banner one on the hand-painted white horse, which looks like roadkill, so will never be revealed in public. You're in, mate. You're in.
It's nice seeing that model paint. What was course you will for? What was that week? You know, we were going through Facebook, and that was the phrase. And I was like, I did this model, I did this model. And went, of course you did. It was like it was the Battle Companies one. You know, it was like two row hand. I used these to start a battle company.
Yeah, of course you did. Yeah. Josh Crosby at it again. Propaganda. Luca.
I like how he's waiting several minutes.
Yeah.
So it's not all groups at the start.
Luca is Gio Capazzi. Finally taking part. Good stuff. Usually just watch the streams, but built up the made to order. Gamling. That's awesome to hear, mate. Awesome.
Probably.
Aaron Noonan is in.
You looking creepy as sin behind him.
Yeah, I love it.
Hello, Gamling.
Hajinda says, got Gamling base, waiting for the PVA glue dry so I can prime him. Working on my Moranon Orcs still. Well, you based them, mate, so you're in. And then Stephen Ryan's in, half finished Gamling, more propaganda. James Sherman, no Gamling, but almost finished some Mordor Orcs. Let's have a look. Yeah, grimy. I like those, mate. I love some grimy orcs. That shield looks awesome. You guys can't see it because it's to the far right. It's the way.
Oh yeah, cool freehand symbol on it. Looks awesome.
That's cool. I like that.
There's a bird head orc. You want to keep your eye on that. Josh Crosby will have that off you.
All over it. Damian O'Brien.
There he is.
Finished. Well pleased for an evening's work.
And the started one I put as a comment. So there he is. That's what I've done on him. I'm pleased with that.
It's good, mate. It looks awesome.
I think it looks good for an evening's work.
Difference, a few highlights, mate. Okay.
And even the mashed up hand, you can see it's still pretty awful, but I managed to find some straps and find some red. It's definitely given he's been in that state for 10 years. He's going back into the box a lot happier.
Well, I'm sure if you've been in a few battles, you'd have a mashed up hand.
Oh, he's got a really mashed up hand. There's a weird way that now it's painted, it kind of looks worse. You know?
Drawing attention to it.
Yeah, he's got that. You know what's that? The famous model with the eyes.
It looks like
scary eyes.
It's jazz hands.
Yeah, but really bad melted jazz hands. There's only so much I could do with it, you know. But I'm pleased with that. I'm pleased with that for an evening as well. He's done all right.
Tom Wayne
Can I win a dice?
Huh? No,
Can I win a dice?
No chance, mate. If you can, I can. Cook.
You haven't done gambling.
I just wanted to get an I can, you can cook thing in there. No gambling for Tom. Trying to learn about painting.
I don't have these now. So who? I'm clearly going to need to do a refresh.
It's Erkenbrand anyway. Yeah, looks good, mate. You got to keep going. Like we all start somewhere, and if you've seen some of my early stuff, if that's your starting point, you're way ahead of me, mate.
Or your newer stuff.
This is true. And then there's what been working on tonight. It's done the white. It was just horrible.
Tom Wayne's not in.
No.
Oh, and Stephen Crow. They're like, oh fuck.
Language.
Yeah, looking good, man. Good conversions. Look at us both with our hobby in the chat.
That's how we roll, mate. That's how we roll. I'm going to refresh to see if there's anything after me, but I don't think there is. I
think I saw one comment after you. It's John Raydale.
My whip and Estrella. Good work.
Tom Wayne, first time painting a model requires an identical. So he's obviously doing a cavalry version of Erkman as well.
Yeah.
And Frederick Schultz is in.
Yeah, he's in.
Right. He's normally an early starter, but he's obviously snuck in.
Yeah.
The skin of his teeth. I wonder if a different place in the draw will help his chances.
And that's it. That's all the entries. How many we got?
Have you seen that J-Max? But I don't know if he's is that the same picture, or I don't know if he's drunk some of his beer and put another picture up. I'm not sure if it's the same one posted twice, but there's definitely two on there. Whoa, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have got 23.
23.
23.
You got a D23?
Yes, I don't have a D23. He had a good go to gambling, but he has not managed to get to the heady heights of Sam, unfortunately. But well done for everyone who joined in painting gambling. I hope you enjoyed. So 3 finalists. So we're going to need sevens, aren't we? We're going to need 7, and an 8 to get to. Oh, did you say 23?
23, yeah.
So 8, and a 7.
Yeah.
We need a D8. Could D8 exist? That feels like the sort of thing that could be real. Got a D10. Let's hang on to that. Cackling about.
I just had a flashback to that was a golden moment. Damien O'Byrne tried to work out a D10.
Damien O'Byrne trying to work out
just
a D10.
Disregard the 0.
0 is the 10. 0 is the 10. Right, I've got us a D8.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it, Michael Curtis. Thank you so much for sending this. So 1, 2,
I've got the feeling now that dice cam's going to be a bit off. So we might have to just mess around with that first.
Why is dice cam going to be off?
Because it'll be right on Zoom, but because I had to fiddle around with the.
Oh, I see the position,
shot.
right?
Yeah.
So on your end rather than my end, got you?
Yeah.
Because my new setup should mean the dice cam's in exactly the right way. Yeah, so we got an 8, an 8, and a 7. Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
So let's pop over to dice cam.
Yeah, so slide the tray to the right a little bit. About an inch. And up about half an inch. Left about 1/4 of an inch. Stop.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
Wonderful. So it's just a reminder of what you're fighting for today. Is this black Battlestream single earth dice that only rolls 6s and 2s. So our first group of 8, we have a D8, so no need to ignore anything here. We have Thomas Bate, Josh Crosby, Nathan Talbot, Matt Hudson, Mark Greentree, Julian Hammond, and Gordon Laidlaw. Oh, we haven't got a prize worth fighting for. There we go. Is that in? No idea.
No, but it don't matter.
Brilliant. Over to you, Steve.
Yeah, go for it.
It's a 5.
5.
2, 3, 4. That's Mark Greentree.
Well done, Mark.
For sounds like Lambton. Our next 8 are Scott Newman, Sam Huddy, Callum Morsman, Sam Earnshaw, Larry Miller, Joe Holzman, Sean Clark, and Carl Daly.
Yep.
Are you ready?
Yep. Let's go for it.
It's a 4. It's Sam Earnshaw.
Sam Earnshaw has a
living
brave.
So we have Mark Greentree and Sam Earnshaw. And our final group of 7, so we're re-rolling the 8, is Remco Keegstra, Paul Mullins, Luca Giacopazzi, Aaron Noonan, Harjinder Singh, Stephen Ryan, and Frederick Schultz. Here we go.
Okay, let's do it.
Is that a 4? Is that a 4?
Yeah. 4.
Love it. It's a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Aaron Noonan.
Aaron Noonan.
So living brave. So we've got Mark Greentree.
Won a couple of times, hasn't he?
I think Aaron has. He's won at least one. Mark Greentree, Sam Earnshaw, and Aaron Noonan.
Okay.
At which point we will turn over to our classic D3.
Yep.
With we're doing it in the right order. So Mark is 1 or 2, Sam is 3 or 4, and Aaron is 5 or 6. And as ever,
first to 3.
First to 3. Who's your money on, Steve?
Huh?
Who's your money on?
I'm gonna go Greentree.
Yeah, it'd be good to get. Yeah, I think he deserves it. That's a good start. I mean, not to show any favouritism. I think it's 1 for Mark. He's stormed into the lead there.
It's not always a good sign, that though.
It's not. It's normally the opposite.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. It's 1 for Sam. 1 for Sam. It's 1-1-0.
Last few times I've done this, it's like gone to the wire.
Yeah. I mean, where's Aaron at this point? His head's gone.
He's coming up the rear. In the non-rude way.
There's Aaron.
Hey!
Where's Aaron? Where's Aaron? We say, there's Aaron, he say.
There he is. There he is. There he is.
This is now just a best of 2 sets. All those first 3 rolls have meant nothing. All right, it's got to be advantage Mark. He's owed one. Oh,
Sam takes the lead.
Sam's on match point. If this is a 2, Sam takes it.
He walks it, mate. He walks.
Do you reckon he takes it?
I don't think so. I think we're gonna have a bit of drama.
I think we've got more drama to come. We do not have any more drama to come.
We should not speak.
It is Sam Earnshaw.
Well done, Sam.
You have won yourself this dice. Good rolls tonight. 3 rolls.
If you play evil and it ever goes to a roll off, you are laughing, my friend.
Yeah, evil elf blade roll off.
Yep.
That's your dice there. Good work for Sam. Sorry, Mark.
Well done, Sam.
Sorry, Aaron. That's Sam Earnshaw. I'll check. I don't think Sam's got one, which is nice. Always nice to see the dice go to new winners.
New players.
There we go. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Stream prize winners. So Sam Earnshaw, right?
Yeah.
He has one. He has one a long time ago, May last year.
So he's rolling in dice at the moment.
Well, he's got 2.
Oh, yeah. If he's tiny, he's rolling in dice.
He's rolling with dice. So we have, this is episode 68.
Yep.
It was the 23rd, I believe. 23rd of the 9th, 22. The winner was Sam Earnshaw. Auto predict text comes up because he's won before. And did we say 23 entries?
Yeah.
That's issue 51. Theme was Gamling. There we go. Congratulations, Sam. Hope you. Sam's out there, isn't he? I think.
So,
might be there celebrating. What have the young kiddies been saying?
Can you just catch up on that? I've just got
absolutely.
lights or something that's come through. Yeah, we were up to where were we up to?
Oh, someone said don't forget to check for emails.
Damn it.
There's no emails.
Hey.
We're all right.
It was talking about Larry Miller talking about BSIME tournament like Scar, and I said that. Luke J says, "Go on, let us all peek behind the BSIME curtain." There's not much there, mate. To be honest with you. Nathan C says, "Does BSIME planning include fantasy fellowship stuff?" Who knows? Joe says to Nathan, "Of course not. The fantasy fellowship reached its natural conclusion at." Joe says, "I
wish you could see the other videos. We've got like 8 videos filmed. I wish you could see them. I wish they could just.
They're the best. They're the best of videos. The best of videos.
Really, really good videos.
The best. They're the best. I read this mag while on toilet duty today at lunchtime. There's some really good stuff in there, but I do feel we got shortchanged on the length, stroke details of the battle report and painting guide. Is it cannibalism? There are different species," asks Joe. Sam says,
cannibalism? Who was eating what?
I said something about cannibalism, didn't I? Someone eat something.
Is that when I went out the room? You started talking about cannibalism.
God knows. While today Gimli would always outkill Legolas, back in the days of those magazines, Gimli didn't have his axes of the Dwarves rule, so he was stuck.
Oh, he's 2 attacks.
5-inch
Yeah, that's
Legolas bow. Larry says, "You have that Edoras. That would be really useful if you're doing a narrative campaign going through the events of Lord of the Rings." Is that Mediceld? I thought it was Thatched Barn where the brigands drink.
Right, Sarah, man.
Joe says, "In fairness, they give more details of it and provide quicker alternatives to individual planks." Chris Frozen is in. It says, "Good evening." Good evening.
I mean, Chris, your Glorfindel is immense.
Yeah, beautiful. Joe says, "It's particularly bold of him to just go straight in with the pen, no pencil first." What was that?
Oh, it's the freehand.
Ah.
Yeah, we don't need to, do you? Because you just draw it.
Yeah. Nathan T says, "Do we know who was behind the Battle Game Middle Earth builds? I feel like it's come before, but I'd love to know who got to make the terrain articles. I haven't got a clue. Do you know?"
I don't know who made them. I think they were just done in house by the people working on it at the time. Like Mark Latham worked on it. Chris might know. He worked on the first few.
Yeah. Joe says, "Cracking content." I think that was when there was not much happening. 25 watching a stream where nothing happens, says Remco. Damien's new setup looks good. It's not a room, but he's made a little nest for himself.
I mean, it is like it is a room. This is look at this. Damien would have at least eaten a pork pie in the quiet time. Is this what happened when I left the room? Is this just you sitting there rubbing your head?
I don't know. I was getting stressed with the Facebook thing. I fixed it in the end. Fixed it for you guys.
I think that's what they're talking about. I think I'm out the room and you're just playing on a computer. Join the patron scheme. £5 a month.
Nathan says, "Not for the first time. Steve made me spit wine across my desk. Pull it back." Oh, that was
the pepperoni. Somehow the most disturbing thing you've ever said. Pull it back, you filth.
Put that on a mug.
Step away from him, you filth.
Matt Hudson.
I can't put that on a mug.
Matt Hudson says the sheath is part of the experience. We're so childish, aren't we? Nathan T says, "If I was going to watch anything tonight, it would be this stream. That's commitment." Remco says, "Also, don't forget to check emails." J Max says, "Finally got signal again. Was trying to watch in the pub." Sam says, "Pen, I believe you mean terrain detailing device." Moretti can't beat it, says J Max. True that.
Actually, I drank a lot of Moretti on Friday night, and I blame that for how I felt on Saturday morning.
No, never. Joe says, "It's a gambling glam drink." Green Tree says, "Sounds like glam drink." Joe Osman says the ear sounds like Grinchy's laughing. Glam Deer Ring, says Nathan. Haha. Earblade, says Matt Hudson. There's 2 people who've never played charades.
It's not that we've never played charades. We don't expect sudden sculpted charades on episode 68.
Sculpted random Lord of the Rings themed charades.
From nowhere.
Mark's just double on for the stream, says Nathan. Larry says, I need to try confusing them with sculpts. And Mark says, best I could do, Shagrat was easy. Sam says, don't think you need the sculpts, Larry. He definitely does not. Oh, flipping heck. Joe says to Mark, we all got it, don't let them 2 knock you down. I need a foot gambling, says J Mac. Give it 6 weeks 6 weeks and it'll be hammer time, says Joe. Lying without the chocolate, WTF, says J Mac. I know, right? It's crazy times. Nathan T says, my previous gambling got me in before my chocolate post. The ruined run was the running to the shop. Oh, so do you mean you ran to the shop and having all that chocolate ruined the fact that you ran? Made it pointless? Or am I just going too deep with that?
I like the phrase, the ruined run was the running to the shop. Yes. Nathan ran a ruined run, ruined it with his run. How many ruins did he run to ruin down his run?
Al Woodson, he says, hey guys, how you doing, Al? Not seen you for a while, mate. I hope you're well. Sam says, that was the appropriate response, J-Mac. J-Mac says, sounds like heresy. Joe Osman says, the York is still to be consumed. Milk bottles are just a poor man's cola bottle. Never.
I agree with that.
No chance.
But again, you know, like you said, the bad ones, I think cola bottles, the really good ones, are the ones with sugar on. They're much better than the Star Mix ones in the way that you seem to think that about milk bottles.
Yeah. Larry says, what's wrong with the Disney Princess Pez dispensers?
What, in a grown man just sitting there staring at them at
grown
night?
Man, quite like spoons. Yeah, nothing, mate. It's fine. Katie says, Chris's favourite chocolate is Hershey's. Loves the stuff. Ooh.
Oh dear, I'm sorry, Kate.
Yeah. Joe Osman says to Larry, I don't think Damien said there was. I think he was suggesting there was something wrong with you having one. And Joe also says, I agree with Damien. I think you should have all 5. Nathan says, gambling is Gothmog hand. Lol at Gothmog hand says.
Oh, poor gambling.
White lines suck, says Nathan. You're wrong.
Oh, that's a bit much.
I know. Love those men at arms, says J-Mac. Cheers, pal. Frederick says, just made it back and prime my gamblings just now. I'm in.
You made it, dude.
Sorry, pub signal bad. I think posted bad, says J-Mac. Josh Rosper says, thanks for the free promo. We can't be stopped. Steve sounds like my missus, says J-Mac. Hey? Say word. Oh, half an inch this way. There you go. Agenda says, congrats, Sam. Well played, Sam. Loads of congratulations to Sam. That's me tapping out now, says Luke. Great stream as always. Take it easy, all. Take care, Luke. It's good to have you in, mate. Jaeger bombs for Sam, says J-Mac. Grishnak eating hobbits, says Joe. Fantasy Fellowship and Bakshi version, unfinished but released anyway. Joe, I approve of that not entirely clear explanation comment, says Larry. And Old School Chris says, oh, forgot about this. Been watching the tennis. Quick to the pile of shame.
A bit too late, Chris.
Too late. Jolsman says the cracking content comment was because it was no Damien and Steve just sighing for a few minutes.
I might have to go back and watch that bit. See what happens when I leave you on your own.
Sounds like it was
just good. You being there, go, oh.
What am I doing with my life? Oh. What am I doing with my life? That's it, mate.
Just paint something. Just sit there and paint and eat a pork pie. It's easy. Just sitting there sadly sighing.
Oh, done and done. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. 31 people in chat, which is mental since it's like 25 to 1 in the morning. Thank you.
Absolutely.
It's been a great end to the week. I have had an absolute blast getting back into my hobby this week and tonight.
You seem to be a very happy hobbyist at the moment.
Yeah, I'm glad I got the whites motion. I'm going to do one more highlight tomorrow, I think. Like a really bright white, just sort of edge highlight on the cloth and the pattern around the helm. But other than that, I'm going to move on to straps and stuff.
I'm mega pleased. Despite his Gothmog hand, I Classic BSIME. Don't want him. Don't need him.
Nailed it.
But never ever would have touched him because he was good enough. But just for that one night, out he comes.
Yeah.
And now he looks, I think, significantly better.
Yeah.
It's great.
Smashed it, mate. You can go in
Love
the
this
box
stuff.
of done models now.
Well, he was already done. He's already on the painted list because he was finished to a standard I was happy with and based. So I don't get a bonus painted model for him, just like the Royal Guard.
Next stream we're thinking is 2 weeks. Today.
Yeah, hopefully 2 weeks today.
I will confirm, but it's looking likely that that's fine.
Which is cool.
I don't ever want to say it's 100% definite because just like the way my wife's work is at the minute, anything could happen. But I think on the calendar it's all right. So 2 weeks. It's yesterday now, isn't it? So 2 weeks yesterday. What date is it?
It's the Friday. I want to say the 7th, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's 7th.
It is the 7th. Yeah.
So we'll put some promo out for that, and we'll look forward to seeing you there. Do we know what's?
Oh, we do, Steve. It's a good one.
Is it a good one?
It could break it. We have a named character
who
we haven't had before.
Ooh.
I believe in your ability to guess this.
It's what?
What do you reckon? I believe in your ability to guess. Given where we are, where are we?
Harmer.
No, Harmer's not going to win it. But you're in the right region, and it's quite amazing that we've got to 52 issues and we haven't had this person.
Have we not done Theoden yet?
No, we've done Theoden.
I've done Theoden.
You're in the right area. Keep working. Go on. You'll get there.
Theodred.
No.
Eowyn. Yes.
Eowyn week.
Haven't we done Eowyn in a dress?
Nope. Haven't had Eowyn week. First Eowyn.
I think Eowyn could do it because there's the new Dernhelm and everything. Yeah.
Well, actually, and I'm plugged into my headphones here, so God knows how this will work. Is that crotch cam? How's that working?
Yeah, great crotch.
That's a Dale Captain. Oh, where is she? I can find every model.
Got some cracking content on tonight.
So, look what I have assembled this week.
Oh yeah, I like that pose. It's great.
And I didn't actually know, because I only just started playing around with the sprue, that she actually had the injured arm is a separate arm. So the one holding a shield, it's not like you just glue the shield onto that.
Right.
It's a completely separate piece.
Ah.
And that's
cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I've always knew that because of the pose, when I did this one, I was going to do, helmet off an arm, because it's that moment where she stabs it. And I've done the Final Fate of the Witch King one, where she's ducking.
Yeah.
She's got the helmet on for that. So I always knew that was going to be the build. But I built her up this week, so she's going to be the one. And I think I'm not going to speed paint her. I really like this model. So I'll be working on her in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
There's
a chance I might join you if I'm not working on fiefdoms, because I've got Dernhelm, never opened the blister, so.
But she could do it if we get the thing is the real issue we've got is since the world's opened up again and Friday people can go out, we get less people viewing than we did in Saturday.
Yeah.
So I think that's the main issue. But if anyone's going to do it now, we're never going to find a better named character than her that we haven't had. For the first time, in 2.5 years of BSIME, no one's done an Eowyn.
With that in mind, people, get your friends involved.
Yeah, let's try and do it.
Let's try and push. Convince people to join in 2 weeks and get Eowyn painted. See if we can break it. We've had that record has been in place for God knows how long, a long time.
Oh, Steve, you'll be delighted to know. I can tell you exactly how long that record's been in place. It was the 5th of February 2021.
Oh, it needs to be broken, that.
So we're over 18 months. Over 18 months.
Yeah. Come on, guys. We can do it.
You can do it, but you need the viewers in. You need the people in.
Yeah, we need to get.
Just try and drum it up. We got 100 patrons in the chat. All we got to do is convince them to do it, and she'll smash it.
Yes, it's true.
We don't even need anyone else. Just get all the patrons in. Yeah, like Katie, Chris. There's 2 of you there. That's 2 Eowyn's.
That's 2 Eowyn's.
Aya twins.
Yeah. One could do foot. One could do mounted.
Aya twins, Stephen.
Yeah. I chose not to.
Come on, don't choose that. Let's see what the kiddies are saying. J-Mac is pissing himself. Who knows why?
I would stop drinking about now.
Is that Moretti's too much?
He's
Matt Hudson
lost the capability to squeeze.
It's an update. Bad signal. Drink your beer. Pissing myself. Matt Hudson, cheers, chat. Much appreciated. Tom, thanks, guys. Till next time. Harjinder, another great stream. Got a lot done today. Thanks, guys. No worries. Aaron, cheers, guys. Glad I could catch you after the cinema. Greentree, thanks for streaming the chat. Good night, all. Enjoyed the weekend. J-Mac says, awesome stream. Can't wait for the next one. He's talking about his urine.
It's hit a spot that we're doing. Dear me.
These are a
Great stream.
Pissing myself.
Compose yourself before you have a great stream, for God's sake. Do you think she might AO win? Wee, says Laurie.
She could if we get the numbers. Everyone's got a spare AO in, sure.
I think I've actually got AO in, says Carl. Hi, I'll just have my break at work. Looking forward to catching up with this properly over the weekend. Hope you're all having a great time, says Carl. You too, man. Malton says, I lost part of her torso down the side of the sofa.
Is it the tiny square bit? That was a nightmare.
Grim.
It's a
2 weeks' time. My night shift is on the Saturday. You have been warned, says Sam. I've got the metal in. I got that from the issue Prime. Ready to go. Good man. James Sherman says, I'll sort AO in for the stream in 2 weeks. Bye-bye and good night, says Remco.
And Jamie Mac's happy with everything.
Jamie Mac, you're feeling all warm and fuzzy at the moment, but in a minute when it goes cold, you are in trouble, my friend. That's it. Done for another week, another fortnight. Catch up on Rings of Power. You won't regret it. It's freaking awesome. And
another night, another stream, but always you.
Yeah. Take care, folks. Stay safe. I used to always say that. Remember, during COVID times, stay safe.
You should still stay safe. There's traffic out there.
Yeah, still stay safe. Apparently, it's the 24th. Something big's going to happen in the world, apparently. That's what all the conspiracy theorists are saying.
What, today?
24th, yeah.
So, what, like the kind of Mayan end of the world type stuff?
Yeah.
Something big's going to happen in the world.
So we might be here in 2 weeks. We might not. Fingers crossed we will. You know, Toy Story still needs to be played with and painted. So, yeah. Yeah, I think we'll sign off, shall we?
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for watching, as always. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for hanging out, Steve.
Yeah, and you too, man. Right, we'll see you later.
Gamling.
To Gamling.